I can see you play your cards.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Squid Junction 65. Another set of Squid Junction back once here again, another Saturday evening. I am NM, joined here by Anson, as we're getting right back into another tournament, starting with Persistence versus Tonotos on Tower Mako. How's it been going for you, Anson, lately?
It's been going pretty good. Splatoon's been fun. Other games have been having a nice time, and I am prepared to watch an amazing Squid Junction here.
I am too, and I know at least Persistence. I played with them a couple times at LANs. I don't know the members or even the team of Thanatos that well, but yeah, I had a lot of experience with Persistence. I know how these players operate. I know at least one of them, honestly, looking at their roster, Stormy. I played with him a lot. I'm guessing he's probably going to go sub with support, though I know Inky is a backline player in their team, so I could see him swap into another role. But either way, let me stop talking because we're actually just about to get into it.
I was about to ask you what type of weapons you expect to see here on the side, using, typically of the maps. And that's double Explosher.
Wait, no, because the spec, our specs on the team.
Oh, what?
Yeah, so they decided to put our spec on the team, so we're gonna go back into it a bit, but yeah.
Oh my. Producers actually having impact in tournaments? No way. No, I'm just kidding.
Put the spec into the game card. That's always a lovely thing to do.
I call upon the secret substitution card. Production.
Production. Oh my! But I guess for a little bit while they ready up for real, we can talk about, basically what we're expecting to see on this map. I mean, we saw Stormy at least persistence. I'm imagining that that's the actual comp they're going to be going with, because that looks like a more uniform comp compared to double custom Explo and tri-stringer. So I imagine that, I think we saw 96. I know Ichigo plays that a lot. 96 Deco. I know that we saw Shot, Snipe Rider, and Slosher. So other than 96, that's honestly a very, very standard comp with today's standards.
I do think we're gonna see something like that. I'm just kind of thinking, it's early. It's early for me in the day. I've been awake for 6 hours. Anyways, of course, Jorian over here flexing the fact that he lives in EU and has been awake for too long and needs to go to sleep.
Yeah, no, Jorian, I'm pretty sure is my name. They've just been awake for 12 hours. I can say the same thing. I've been awake for 12 hours too, not doing a bunch of recording, broadcasting, and commentating, but just doing other stuff. But
man, I can't imagine waking up at a normal time.
I woke up at 7:30 a.m. Like 7.
Man, this person's got a functioning sleep schedule. And probably lives a healthy life because of that. Man, it's insane. But here we actually are going to see the comp, and yeah, that's a lot more what we expect to see. No double Explosher going to be happening. Instead, we're going to be seeing that 96 Kraken version, I believe. And we're going to be seeing, the bucket and the Snipe Rider on the side of Persistence. Everything pretty standard, and I'm excited to see how this game gets into it. And we're already seeing a brawl right here currently in mid. Slosher goes down. This could be a small advantage for us to notice, but Nintendo strikes again.
Yeah, that's gonna be a DC. This Squid Junction is already cursed.
Guys, y'all know third time's the charm.
Yeah, hopefully this time we'll be able to go. You can see in this instant replay here, you can see Inky trying to set up on this stack right here, as a sniper usually does, trying to get pain for their team. And then the DC happened. And man, you just hate to see that happen, after Inky goes up here. They had a good start. They put all the members of Thanatos literally in one spot. So if another member like Stormy or Ichigo just came through the backside, that could have been a really nice quad.
Win. I didn't watch Avatar, I'm sorry. Everything was peaceful, and then everything changed when the DC happened.
It really sucks to see that DC happen. Nintendo hopefully helps their
It all changed when the Nintendo Wi-Fi Nation attacked.
Yes. Oh my. But either way, yeah, we're just gonna be waiting a bit again. I guess we could do some more small talk while we wait for that to come back up. And I guess we can talk about what we saw on the comp on the other side, since now we can talk a little bit about it since we have some time. I noticed that on Thanatos, there's a lot of short range shooters. You literally have the free mid-range shooters in that comp. Shot, Zap, 52, alongside those Splat dualies, which compared to the comp of Persistence, I feel like it could run into some trouble because it's not going to have as much range as Persistence. They have a 96, they have a Slosher, they have a Snipe Rider. And compared to that, sure, they have a good amount of fighting power. But if they're getting outranged, that might be a problem. But granted, this is Mako Mart, so maybe it won't be, because Mako Mart honestly does favor a lot of short-range comps. Like, that's one of the maps where Try is like really popular and other weapons like that. So I could see it being alright and being a comp more geared towards that, but we're just gonna have to wait and see.
We're going to have to wait and see. Will the third time be the charm? I mean, what happens if we keep getting DCs? That's
We're just gonna have to roll with it.
eventually we'll have to move on, but yeah. So we gotta hope we don't get any more disconnects in this match, and we shouldn't. Nintendo Wi-Fi, you know, it might have its issues, but it doesn't like to strike twice. So, we got a network issue.
It happened again.
Started.
Oh my. Oh no. Oh no. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we got a whole lobby DC now. Oh. Yeah, no, so basically, we went from wrong teams played to somebody DCing during the match to now a DC happening before the match even begins.
What can we do? What can happen next? I mean, the servers could go down for the rest of the day. That could happen.
Surprise maintenance.
Yeah, surprise maintenance for the next 2 hours.
I swear if that happens.
Don't curse that upon us. We're currently cursing the entire community of Splatoon NA. We can't let that happen. No.
Yeah, you know, casually just doing that now as we're waiting for another lobby to come up.
So what Twitch chat has to say about this. Twitch chat, what are your thoughts on Nintendo Wi-Fi connection? Let's get some crowd, you know, response going. We gotta get this going. We gotta get things talking. Y'all having pleasurable experiences with Nintendo Wi-Fi online? Remember, we pay monthly for this, or yearly. I mean, it's not that expensive, but we still pay for it.
You know, we still pay for it. Some of us pay 20, some of us pay 50 because we want to get other perks.
I think it's a great service with no issues at all. I wish to take the drugs you are taking, good sir. And JK, oh, never mind. Okay, wait, how did I not get this?
Yeah, I personally love paying an extra $30 a year to get access to Nintendo 64, Game Boy Advance, and Genesis games. That's my favorite part.
I mean, look, the emulation is nice. I like that.
Yeah.
You know? Hashtag $20 a year, people. $20 a year. For me, it's like I pay monthly every now and then. I think I'm on a family plan with my boys now, though, so cheaper. Go. But as a PC gamer, somebody who was, you know, years and years of PC gaming, this is, it's insane. We pay for a non-functional service.
Okay.
Anyways, Nintendo's got to make their bag. They gotta, you know, chase that cash. I get it.
Yeah, you know, not having like the best performing console almost of all time.
I can't imagine.
They need money.
Nintendo work cheaper than Microsoft and Sony. Shut up. Oh, that's good. We're just getting into the lobby here, filling out these slots.
Yeah. But yeah, we also got pretty sure we got a Splatfest coming up too.
I rarely ever participate in those, so I kind of forgot. I think I hope Bunny wins. I hope we get a Fry dub. I hope Forehead Woman wins a fest for once, but I'm going to be real here. I think the second coming of Christ is more likely to happen.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised that in these almost 2 years, Fry has barely won anything in the Splatfest department. It is sad. It is really sad.
Absolutely insane.
Yeah, I don't know
At
what
least
I'm
there
thinking.
isn't a white ink color, so at least it won't be a stomp from one of the teams.
True. I don't know what I'm picking because I usually just pick based on what my friends are going. I don't really care about the topics most of the time because, you know,
It's always fun to play with your buds on the same team.
yeah, and the topics leave something to be desired. They always do leave something to be desired, and I'm going to be so honest about that.
I keep on forgetting, like I've forgotten like what all of them are, and I mean I've been playing Splatoon 3 for a while. Like they're just unmemorable. I remember the Legend of Zelda one. That's the one I remember. Was it Power, Money, and
Oh, it was Courage, Wisdom, and Power. That was
Courage,
it.
Wisdom, and Power? I didn't even get it right.
The other
big
one that I
four-headed
really
queen.
liked was what was it? It was Grass, Fire, and Water. That was the other one I really liked, and that was really it. It was
oh
just
yeah, the
really-
Pokemon collab.
Yeah, it was really just those two that were like the strong ones in terms of like the community and like how much people got involved in the topics themselves.
I think
After
the chocolate one was great because I got to play as white chocolate, which I mean, my favorite type of chocolate, by the way. Love it.
Mm-hmm.
And besides, I mean, white ink, it's gonna win.
Yeah. Yeah, we're just gonna have to wait and see, honestly. But they're
Oh, we're
finally
getting
starting
in
to
here.
ready up. We're finally
Hey,
starting to ready up.
Getting some check marks. Okay, cross our fingers. All right, guys, chat. I want to see your fingers crossed. I have access to your webcams. I can see it. You know, the government conspiracy here. Commentators can see your webcams.
Yes.
I'm just kidding. As we get in on this, gonna finally play tower control. Finally get to control the tower. People get to control the tower now. Oh my god.
Yeah, no, being able to control the tower as we're getting into it, we're already seeing some pigs going down on the right side, and the tactical cooler being thrown out on persistence, and so we do see on Tornadoes. We see Jollybird up here on this top left stack. They almost have their Zuka at the ready, but they're opting not to put in the cooler, which might be a mistake as we go soon later on. As we're seeing, you know, there's just a lot of scraps going out right now, but nobody's really contesting. But we're seeing a bomb. You'll be able to pick off the crab there while it's still going, and Persistence is going to be the first team to start to get points on the board, just getting this 52 out of the mid area as Inky is just trying to fight with all these bombs. And we're seeing Azuka taking out that shot. Inky staying alive on the tower against Diego as we see each... Oh, no.
It's on the other team this time. I think they can have grounds to retry, but I think these teams they want to get into this match. They're just gonna play this out. I think we did curse this though. Alrighty, so we're probably gonna be playing this out. Tenodos. I mean, they got the advantage here, but Persistence, they are a team that could definitely. They have those players. They can still do this with these three members, and I'd like to see them try. You know, in times like these, you don't want to commit too much energy to these. You want to save your energies and make a bigger push in the next match, but it would be interesting to see them fight this out. It's just, Tenodos are playing so well with the number advantage right now. I mean, they're playing well. Even without the DC, you know, advantage. They're just playing smoothly, cleanly and smoothly, but because of that, this number advantage is becoming a problem. But here we go. It's going to be coasting towards this third checkpoint. It's going to be nothing to stop this. Always an Octoling. Love seeing bigotry against Octolings in my chat. As an Octoling player, it's field action. I'm just kidding. As we get in... it's a win for Tenodos, but a disappointing one at that.
Yeah, I have no idea what to say. I have no idea what's going wrong in terms of that. It was really solid coming out at the start, and then we just see the Kraken just completely dip. Like, we see it come from this top part, and then it's just gone. You can literally see it.
Mid-Kraken!
Oh my, but yeah, no, it really sucks that happened. That is the fourth time we've had a DC happen.
I'm just imagining, like, an inkling, like, watching a giant Kraken coming towards them with the Jaws music in the background. Da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da. And right as it lunges, it just disconnects.
Oh my god, that's terrible. That is so terrible.
Nintendo Wi-Fi, baby!
Love to see. But
raise
yeah.
your glass to that one. And Delta Chat's old enough to do that, but you know, raise your soda cans. As I mean, we're gonna be getting into hopefully a 4v4 in the next map, right? I hate to curse it again, but it's gonna be Rainmaker, Humpback, and raise your Gatorade. Hey, come by. Bottoms up. Yeah, Gatorade's actually kind of heat, not gonna lie. But like we're getting into these things. Humpback, it's one of these maps where you got those farther choke points. It's whoever gets to around 25 first. And we saw some really clean playing coming up from Tenodos there. Even though yes, they had the numbers advantage thanks to that disconnect, they were still playing very cleanly. And if they can keep that up on this map, we might be seeing a 2-0.
Yeah, we might be seeing a 2-0. Hopefully, hopefully nobody DCs. A commentator's curse could happen, and I could be honestly just cursing everybody here right now. But hoping for the best, hoping that everyone stays in the game.
All right, we're gonna do the reverse of what we did. Don't cross your fingers, guys. I'm gonna see your fingers open. V for victory. V for Nintendo Wi-Fi winning and not losing, right?
Yeah.
Anyways, I mean, I like to see the wiper coming out here from Tenodos. I love that aggressive quick respawn option. I much prefer it over some of the others we see commonly run as quick respawn weapons. Dualies.
I'm honestly surprised to see Persistence sticking with the Sniper Rider, considering this is like one of the few maps where people usually opt to use one of the more short-range tactical options like Heavy Edit or Zap. This map just does not favor stuff like Sniper Rider or other backlines, just because of like how narrow it is, and how like low down to the ground it is. It just much prefers something like that. But either way, we're seeing the strikes coming out. We're seeing Ichigo coming in with the Kraken, be able to take down the Wiper, and we're already seeing Tenodos starting out with their first push, trying to make sure they live alive here. As Stormy with that Slosher is going to be coming in. They're just trying to stay alive. But the shot is going to be able to keep them at bay. And here we go. Check going down for Tenodos here, as there's still 2 down on the side of Persistence, as they're just going to keep going. They're not stopping for anything.
They are not stopping for everything. This is what I was saying. If they play as cleanly as they did before, this could be very deadly. But they didn't even make it to the trench here. It is still entirely on the cards for Persistence to come back here. All they need to do is reach that first checkpoint and get even into the trench. That trench is so hard to pass through. As much progress as they can make here would be extremely valuable. But you can let the Rainmaker reset. And I mean, they have this map control. As 2 go down on the side of Tenodos, this is looking very good for Persistence here. Cooler comes out. It's going to allow these members to take these brawls without too much worry. And that is exactly what they needed. They're getting an advantage here. 2 members go down, but 2 members go down on the side of Persistence as well. But it's a trade back, and the Rainmaker should get popped here pretty soon. They're painting up as it's still a brawl, but 2 go down on the side of Persistence, and now finally Tenodos are getting back in. It's 3 down, and Persistence has lost this team fight and are trying to retreat.
Yeah, they're trying to retreat right now as the members of Tenodos are starting to push back up into mid, trying to get that paint on the board. This triple ink strike trying to disperse them a little bit. Got 2 of them on the one side, and the Rainmaker is actually going to be alone here. They're just running for it. They're running away from Ichigo here as they're able to get it pretty far into the base of Persistence. But with all of them basically going into delayed wipeout, that does allow the members of Persistence in order to push up a bit. And we see Jollybird here sharking on that left side as the others with the Tactical Cooler are pushing up, allowing the Zuka to be set off here. They're just trying to wait to see if anybody goes on that left side. Not going to be able to find anything. Trying to secure the check with the tri-strikes, but not going to be able to work. But they're going to be able to take the bomb out somebody, and it's just one left alive on the side of Tenodos here as they're going to be able to score the checkpoint. And now it's more even ground between these two teams as Persistence is starting to push up a bit more as they're going to be able to get the picks to try to get the lead. They get the lead here, 2 down on the side of Tenodos as this Viper is trying to get the pick on them, but they're going and they get it all the way down to 8.
Such clean movement. Kind of jumps through the trench and...
They're still going. They're still going here, actually. Inky, they're still there. They don't know that they're still there. They're going to be able to grab it and score the dunk. And there we go. Persistence is going to come back. They're going to say, you know, that DC, you know, it was just evening the playing field. And now we're going to be able to get that second game. And now we're going to a game 3. So that's going to be pretty exciting to watch.
Great job from Persistence there. Hold up, I messed with my game. All right, we should be good. Great job from Persistence there. Towards the end of that, I mean, Tenodos make an amazing first push there, but Persistence, they keep strong and they win these gunfights out towards the end, and that's all what's needed. As you know, you see this cracking towards the end. Getting that first checkpoint is massive, but that movement towards the trench was absolutely insane, and that's so good because once you get that Rainmaker past that trench, it's a lot easier to get things towards the end. Look, goes up the wall there and manages to not get splat. It's a thanks to the supporting members of Persistence. They're getting those splats on the defenders to start to open things up. A great job from Persistence there, and what a sneak towards the end. An insane match coming out from them as we go into our third map.
All I'm saying is, it's Clan Blitz. We've seen Persistence rock the 96 the past 2 matches. I don't think it should be any surprise what Persistence is going to be trying to do in this game. I don't think it's any surprise to anybody. Like, they're going to crack and cheese. They're going to crack and cheese.
We're definitely going to see that Kraken. I'm thinking... They did have that Snipe Rider. We were saying that maybe the Snipe Rider is weak. And when I think about Robo Ramen, I'm always thinking about that vertical. Right? And maybe I'm not really sure about the validity of a sniper here. Maybe bringing the heavy edit would be good. But it seems they're going to be still going with that Snipe Rider. Meanwhile, on the other end, it's going to be the same team comp. Ran by both teams. Neither team is switching things up, and this one is all for the marbles. Through the disconnects and the flames, these teams have persisted, and it all comes down to one final map. Robo Ramen, and immediately Stormy's going to go down on the underneath. Not going to get traded just yet, as 2 go down on the side of Persistence. An early lead for Tenodos here. They're really good at starting strong, and starting strong they have. They're getting their picks. And now they're grabbing map advantage.
You know, they're getting the map advantage. You're already seeing Vados pop out their crab here, trying to push on the members of Persistence, trying to at least disperse them a little bit. I was just seeing Zoran going to be able to pick off Ichigo, but they still had that cooler, so they're going to come back with the same amount of special charge. But we're already seeing a jump coming out here from the side of Tenodos, but it's just only going to be towards mid. It's not going to be anything dunking worthy, as Diego is just going to be trying to run back, but getting caught in the ink is not something you want to be doing when you're running back. But we're already seeing a wipeout coming on Tenodos thanks to Stormy's tri-strikes, and we're seeing the members of Persistence trying to build a ball here. We see Inky has it, and Ichigo, they have a Kraken, so they could be able to score right here if Ichigo goes to the basket, but they're going to just opt to just get a pick. You know, they're under the basket now, but, you know, Inky just has enough space to be able to just push up a bit more and take it, as the members of Persistence are now starting to score, getting it down to 74 here. As you see Ichigo, they have 6, 7, they have another super trying to put it in, and they do, getting it down to 54 here, as Inky and Jollybird are still alive, just Inky, and I don't think you want to take on a 1v3 as a Snipe Rider, even if it's against all this. You don't.
You don't want to indeed. So that is going to be a push to 54. And oh, I gotta say it. So worried about this thing. I didn't get to save my signature reminder that Clan Blitz, you want to make these big pushes. In fact, quality pushes over the quantity of pushes, right? You want to get these big pushes, 50 points, 30, 40 points. Because every time you push, you give your opponent that pity clam, and the teams can run with that. Oh, an amazing double kill with one Zuka shot there coming out. Might be enough for Tenodos to turn the tides on this push. And that's indeed what's going to happen, as Stormy's going to get called out on the jump there. Tenodos, they're pushing up, and they're pushing up far, and it's going to be a wipeout from them, taking out all 4 members on the side of Persistence.
Yeah, Jolly Bear with Anis to take out 2 on Tenodos, but they're still going to be able to be coming back with these jumps. They're pushed up pretty far into Persistence base here, as they're just trying to get a few more specials and something to go from mid to their base, as the members of Persistence is just holding down pretty well. Even after wiping out, they're making sure they hold down pretty well. And here we go. Here's Ichigo with this Kraken, coming for this crab. They want him gone. Trying to get the pick on him. Vados is just running, and Ichigo is going to be getting out of the Kraken. Not going to be able to get that pick, but going to be able to defend their base for a little bit longer. As 2 down go on Persistence, as you're seeing Vados trying to get something here, but that Snipe Rider having 5 shots, not going to be doing anything well for them. As we see Diego, we see Zoran, we see Mui. So many members of Tenodos, they have to find something in order to get into mid here. They're having such a hard time just getting the assets that they need. Like, they just need more special output. They need that Zuka. They need that Whale. They just need to be going in more. And they're just not finding the footing, and they're not finding the picks, as they just keep getting picked off here. We see Diego opting to just jump out, as Inky is going to be popping their cooler. They got the Tri-Strike out, and most likely, yep, they have a Kraken. They're going to be going in soon enough.
A multitude of clams built up here for Persistence, and a lot of map advantage. The cooler is down now, which allows them to push in further here. And here we go. Looks like basket is going to get open, and here comes out the Kraken. Might possibly looking for some picks, but wants to put as much pressure around that basket as possible so more clams could get in, but it's not successful, as Tenodos managed to get a good amount of picks and damage there. The pressure is enough to back off Persistence. And now they have that extra power clam. This could be what they need to get back in here.
Yeah, this could be what they need, as we're seeing the cooler coming out here. Stormy's going to go down, but we're seeing Jollybird trying to hold it down. We see the Zukas coming out on both sides, actually, but they're not going to be able to get any picks, as we see this shot trying to push up with Vados here, as they're just trying to shred anything on this bridge with this crab, but they're not going to be able to, as they're just backing up. They have the cooler, but again, they need something to get the members of Persistence out of mid. They just keep sneaking their way in, and Tornadoes just does not know what to do, as they just keep getting picked off one by one, and with 10 seconds left on the clock, sure, they still have that penalty clam, but it's not looking good, especially with a Kraken.
It does not look good. That Kraken is going to be allowed to cheese. Here comes out. The power clam goes in, and the match ends. Persistence persists through the match, and with 2 maps in a row, they managed to take the first. They managed to take this match.
Yeah, no, they managed to take that match after everything, even after the DC. They managed to hold on to their internet just enough to be able to catch this win and take that setback in a reverse sweep.
A good reverse sweep, and kudos to Tenodos. They played very well there. They were getting these splats, getting these pushes, but they weren't able to really play off any advantage they got, because Persistence was so good at getting these trades back. When they went down, 4 members right here in that wipeout, there were 2 members still alive to put up some pressure, or 2 members coming back very quickly to get some pressure, and they managed to get 2 picks, is what I was trying to initially say. Is they managed to make every fight, no matter how poorly it goes for them, expensive for the other team. They have to, they get that special, they remove some special charge from their enemies by those picks, or they manage to make it only be a 1-man advantage when 3 go down. They are consistently trading to where they're not in the disadvantage as bad as they should, and that is a really good sign, because you will lose fights as a team. You will lose team fights. It happens. But a good a good team makes those team fights. You don't lose hard on them when you do lose.
Yeah, no, you don't. That was really beautiful coming out from them. Yeah, no, I just really love to see just teams coming back from that and just how set persistence was even after that DC, just like how unified and how much they had even with every push, making sure the member system noticed. Never managed to get even out of mid with some of their pushes.
Exactly. Give me a second. Oh,
yeah.
We're already into the next one. Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
We have, thanks to those delays, we're going to be getting right into the second match on this stream today. It's going to be Cool versus Denny's Regulars. And look at how they have come through this bracket. Cool right now, the 4th seed, and Denny's Regulars upsetting XOXO when it was good to come here to play this match.
Not surprising, as Denny's Regulars is a new team that's coming out here, actually going to be comprised of most of the members from an old team called Legato, if anybody remembers them in the chat. Legato did make a new team, and they call it Denny's Regular. It's comprised of 3 old Legato members being Typhlo, Huvia, Hermit, and Ray from Liar is on there too. So yeah, Legato is technically back in the form of Denny's Regulars, and it's just a new team. Team name they're under. They're C12 right now, but I feel like after tonight that will go up as people start to get to know the name of Denny's Regulars. They took out XOXO in a 1-2 match. Not surprising, them, and now they're going to be going on against Cool. I feel like Cool is going to be much more of a formidable opponent. You got people like Pulp, Sam, Dat Kid, Noctis, very, very powerful, powerful members. So we're going to be seeing what we're going on here, and I want to talk about these comps. I definitely want to ink brush on both sides. You don't see that nowadays.
You don't really see that. Whenever I see ink brush, I'm seeing them from One Tricks, right? Ink brush, a powerful weapon in the right hands. It's really exciting to see that. We also see, forgive me for not knowing the version, but this is going to be the heavy splatling
Deco.
Yes. Yeah, I was right. Sorry, I always get those icons mixed up. Still not familiar with them. And I'm excited to see this junior coming out from the side of Denny's Regulars. Started out my journey playing junior and still love seeing people play it. Good support weapon, but what we got to discuss right now is how Denny Regulars, they're keeping control of zone, but as soon as I say that, 2 go down. Cool managed to retake this site, and they're pushing farther in now.
They managed to push far, and this bubble is going to help the members of Denny's Regulars get back in at least a little bit. Honestly, like Denny's Regulars comp, it's just like, it's not meta at all. You got Junior, you got Brush, you got Heavy Deco. Barely anybody runs any of those weapons, save for One Tricks. And of course, you got Squeezer. I mean, people play Squeezer.
People play Squeezer. But arguably, we see a lot more, a lot different Slayers in the business. Like even Skirmishers tend to see, the gals come out, or, heck, even Splash still nowadays. Or the splatter shots. Squeezer, while it's still a fantastic weapon, I'm not going to knock it here. We tend to not see Squeezer as much as the other slaying options in the business. And so this team comp from Denny's Regulars is certainly off meta, and I really do like it.
Yeah, honestly, both of them do have been, just both of them chilling with the Ink Brush. Ink Brush kind of just dropped down when Cooler started to rise up, as it was one of those weapons that had, the quick style. It could be quicker than all the other weapons, always has the quick respawn. But now with everything speeding up, it starts to fall down as it shifts the speed of everybody else. And as I'm saying that, we're seeing Kuvia come out here with the heavy deco Kraken, trying to see if they can get some picks. So many people on this right side trying to get pulp, but the Kraken is going to run out and is going to do them in. As you're seeing so many bombs from this junior, getting the zone back in the favor of Denny's regulars here. They had a good start, and they've been going through it for a little bit, but now Hermit is going to be going behind the members of Cool, trying to be able to get a pick here, seeing what they can do. We see Kuvia trying to hold down this top right stack from the side here, trying to make sure, and we're seeing 2 down, 3 down on the side of Cool. This might be the chance for Denny's regulars to hold it on. It was Hermit, just kept picking people off run by run, but Sam was able to take them down as Denny's regulars is almost at the line. They're almost at the lead, and there we go. Lead and favor back into Denny's regulars' hands as they're going to be popping a bubble right on that cooler. They're going to be watching the front with hawk eyes, but not before 2 of them are going to be going down, and it's just the heavy deco and the squeezer left alive. They're trying to use that wall, but the bomb right in front of the wall is going to do the squeezer in, and now favor is going back to Cool as Denny's regulars are just stuck again in their base, and they have to find an answer and some way to get in, which might just be waiting for the squeezer to get a Trizuka or the brush to be going in with a flank.
And here comes out the specials. We see Bubble go down and 2 members. Here comes out that Kraken. The weird part about heavy Kraken here, you know, the Splatling having the Kraken, is if it doesn't find anything, gets left out in the open, it's weak because it can't really fight out of that. It's one of the more punishable weapons. But it's not going to get punished this time, and that's going to allow Denny's regulars to keep this lead. It might just be a 1-point difference, but as that penalty starts to go down, that becomes less and less likely to still be the truth here. But it's going to be a fast retake coming out from Denny's regular, or from Cool here, and it works well as 3 go down on side of Denny's regulars, and Cool, they take back this advantage. Things are going so back and forth, and with that pick, that's even more advantage towards Cool.
Yeah, no, that's even more advantage towards them. And they just have to basically get through this penalty and just these 3 short amount of seconds. The members of Denny's regular have got to do something here. And Hermit is going for a Hail Mary here, trying to get 1, able to get it. They have to paint over the zone. They 2, 3 down on Cool, and they're able to get the zone right at the end there. But they have 20 seconds left on the clock, though, and we see Seno on their backside. They might be able to make something happen here. Coming from the flank, trying to pick off this squeezer here as they're coming onto the stack, and with 10 seconds left on the clock, the members of Cool literally just have to paint the zone. Going to be able to take down Hermit. We see Kuvia coming in, going to be able to pick off Sam with the Kraken, and that is game. Denny's regulars going to be able to take game 1 off the bat after that back and forth.
1 point separating them. Actually, a little bit more. It looks like penalty points ran out there at the end. More points were able to be gathered, but nonetheless, it was very close between these 2 teams. Both teams kept on flipping those zones back and forth, and then grabbing the further, advantage by pushing up. But Denny's regulars just were able to remain cool, calm, and collected, and defend the final retake coming out from Cool. That's a cool twice there. Cool, calm, and collected. Unintentional pun there. Nonetheless, they remained calm and collected there, and were able to defend Cool's final retake. Cool was really good at going really fast on these retakes. Denny's regular would pop a forward bubble, and Cool would immediately have a response with all their players, coolered up. There's a crab in the backline shredding that bubble down, and the rest of the members are flooding through, disrespecting the bubble, and it worked, but it just didn't work the last time. Crab gets denied by the Kraken. The defense of the members of Denny's regulars was immaculate, and that was just the difference maker there. Denny's regulars, an amazing first map, but now we go to tower control.
Yeah, coming on to tower control. This time we're going to be going on to ship shape. This is a map that definitely favors, fighting, tri-strikes especially. I remember early on in this map's lifespan, and early on into Snipe Rider's lifespan, actually, a lot of people would be still playing Snipe Rider, but switching off, especially for Zekofin, when that was still played at least a decent amount, just for the strikes. it definitely favors that. And of course, nowadays, we're probably going to be seeing Slosher or even T-Tech way more than Zekofin because a lot of people definitely love that Snipe Rider now a lot more. So I'm expecting we could potentially see those. I don't really know though, especially seeing the comp that we saw with Denny's regulars. It was so like you wouldn't expect it. Like Heavy, Deco, Ink Brush, Junior, Squeezer. You wouldn't really expect something like that. So I honestly don't really know what to expect as we're going into this. As we're seeing the weapons, we're seeing Shot, Zap, Heavy, Deco, and Ink Rush. And on the other side, we're seeing a Splash, Shot. We got a Range Blaster coming out here, which, it's got that mid-range AoE damage, something you definitely want on tower control. So, Range Blaster is definitely going to do well. And, of course, Snipe Rider, too.
I mean, Wave and Suction Bomb, already a good kit on tower control here, but add that with the AoE damage of the rain, the Blaster. Range Blaster, a formidable weapon to go against on this mode. And already, Cool is going to take the first advantage. Have the Crab parked up on tower here, and it's going to allow them to get these splats and deny these members. Hermit in a little bit of a pickle there, but it's going to get out safely. Wavebreaker comes out for the side of Cool, but Denny's regulars are not going to go out without a fight. Two go down the side of Denny's regulars, and Cool are going to break through this first checkpoint. It might be a battle of ink going on so far, but the battle ink currently is won by Cool. They're set up for an advantage. Kraken comes out here to try to shake things up. Does it find one? Kuvia not able to find one as the Kraken runs out. It's going to get denied. Two go down on the side of Denny's regulars, and this first checkpoint already has been grabbed. It's a bloodbath currently, but Cool come out on top.
Yeah, they're going to come out on top here as we're seeing just the members of Cool just pushing up more and more. And the members of Denny's regulars are trying to find a way to get back in. We're seeing Hermit trying to come up here, but they don't have the element of stealth as they're point censored right now, most likely due to that wave, as they're trying to make something happen here. Pulp is going to be able to pop the cooler here for their team, going to be able to pick off Typhlo too, as it's going down, but not down in the favor of Denny's regulars. But they're starting to make something happen here, but no, they are not, as it's just going to be a delayed wipeout. And the members of Cool are just going to be pushing back up in here, trying to get the picks and trying to move on to the second check. As we're seeing Seno pushing up to Hermit, going to be able to get the trade at the very least, getting down to the 30s right now, almost at that second check, and Cooler coming out yet again. Like Antonin, this is not looking good for the members of Denny's regulars. But right as I say that, a double happens. We're seeing Sam trying to back off here, trying to know that this is not the place where they want to be right now, as the members of Denny's regulars are actually going to be pushing back up slowly and surely. And here comes Kuvia with that Kraken, going to be coming on the left side, trying to see what they can pick off. They see that kid, but they're going to be just getting picked off immediately. The Kraken running out, but that kid is going to be sinking down below into the ocean, just as the members of Denny's regulars are able to set the tower back up into mid, definitely in their favor, and starting to get some picks on Cool too.
Say, Cool comp really coming out strong here. You're seeing the advantage they get when they have that tower control, as they're able to cycle Pencil being that anchor and the Crab being that anchor. It's a brilliant swap strategy. But now that they've lost that tower control, they don't have that special advantage. So Denny's regulars are going to be able to fight this without fear of constant crabbage. But here we go. Kuvia trying to make the Kraken happen, but is not able to get anything, but manages to get away safely, but not from this shot of the Snipe Rider. Kuvia finally goes down to the Sniper, and Taco Dat Kid's going to find 3 there. That's insane. Can they get the 4th? Not yet, but the 4th Hermit going for tower, trying to ensure that this tower doesn't get pushed too far before their teammates can come back, and manages to get 1. It's still a brawl. Cool have not been able to push past this first checkpoint area.
Yeah, no, they are struggling. Like I mentioned before, the midline AoE damage is definitely something you want in tower control with that kid. And it just keeps proving time and time again to be exactly what they want. That kid keep getting doubles, triples, even quads. I keep seeing getting picks over and over, stopping the members of Denny's regulars from even pushing up into mid, as we're seeing the Kraken coming out from Kuvia trying to get something. Love Child is going to be going down here as we're seeing this shot coming in, picking out Hermit too. We're seeing the Kraken going down. Kuvia just trying to run for their life as they're put in a bad spot due to that. They see two on the right side, but Sam is just going to run straight forward. But Kuvia is somehow going to be able to squid roll their way out of there with 30 seconds on the clock. And 2 members down, 3 members down. It is really not looking good for Denny's regulars. I am predicting a game 3 coming out of this set. We're just going to have to wait and see. But right now, yeah, no, it is not looking good.
Well, the goes down, and that range blaster goes down. It's backline and the main AoE threat down for the side of Cool. A perfect time to start pushing. No cooler on site for both of them, too, so the respawn was long. Now, oh my god, a double kill coming out from the Trizuka. That makes it a 2v2, but a fellow Trizuka also manages to make the picks. Denny's regulars are starting to cook now. First checkpoint, only 5 left. They have this advantage, they have this map control, but they need to deny Cool from making a defense. The tower control member goes down, and it's 2 down on side of Denny's regulars. Cool, they're going to try to flood in. All they need to do is touch, and with that AoE damage coming out from the blaster, it's not out of the possibilities, and Sam manages to get on, and that's going to be Cool, stopping Denny's regulars from making a comeback.
Yeah, no, it took Denny's regulars so long. They only really got their first push there into overtime. The amount of AoE chip damage and just push power that the members of Denny's regulars, not Denny's regulars, but Cool had just was so formidable. And in the end, they're going to be able to take that game as we're going to another game 3 in this set.
We're going to game 3, and as I said before, the beauty of Cool's comp really shone through. Not only did you have that, the crab pencil kind of combination, right? Because we remember when crab was meta, crab was really good, not only for the fact that the crab itself was really, good, but you were allowed to run more aggressive comps, and then you could always position that splash back in the backline when they had crab, and you get a free backliner for free, right? You don't have to commit a player to that, but it's also a good combination when you actually have a backline, especially with Cooler. That Cooler allows your team to play aggressive. That splash can go, splash go kill. It's still a decent primary weapon, and then you're able to, when the pencil goes down or pencil needs to retreat, you're able to back your splash up, pop crab, keep that backline pressure going, and all that while you have the tower control special advantage. It all came through beautifully. And then add on top of that, Range Blaster's amazing kit on this map mode. An absolutely amazing team comp culture, kind of tweaked for this map almost, it felt like. Tweaked for this mode. It went so well, it played so cleanly. Cool. They know what they're doing on the weapon select, and now we're going to be going into Rainmaker on Museum. Let's see what these teams do to adapt to this map mode.
Yeah, let's see what these teams are going to be able to do here, as, again, they're 1-1. This is pretty much all or nothing in this game right now on Rainmaker Museum, as we see Cool going for that double shot pencil comp, the classic that we've always seen time and time again, coming out with a splash intro too, going to be able to have some more AoE chip damage, some more pushing power with that crab tank, and the members of Denny's regulars are definitely going to have to make up for it. That first game was really, really close, and that second game was not at all. Denny's regulars have got to find something in order to keep them in here, because with how these games have been going in these comps, it's not looking good for them. But they're already 2 down, so yeah, it's still not really looking good for them, as we're seeing Sam pushing up into this right side with the Cooler at the ready. Typhlo going to be going down. Kuvia has the Kraken, going to be going straight for the Rainmaker, but opting not to in the end, trying to pick off Sam, going straight for them, going to be able to get the pick, as we see Pulp trying to push up here, but we're seeing Typhlo just go straight for them, going to be able to get the pick. Kuvia getting Seno down, and it's 2 down this time on the members of Cool here, as Typhlo is going to be coming back, trying to push this Rainmaker over to the right side and trying to get the check in their advantage.
It's one of the signature cool fast retakes coming out, but Denny's regulars are protecting their Rainmaker so very well. It's 4 left alive here, 2 down on the side of Cool as the Rainmaker gets popped at checkpoint 1. Now, Denny's regulars working towards getting this map advantage as all 4 members here are on this ramp area for the side of Cool. But 2 go down on the side of Denny's regulars, and they gotta have to back off now. Though the picks are coming in, jumps come out, and Cool have successfully defended this push. But Denny's regular pops checkpoint 1 and gets the Rainmaker all the way to 48. An amazing push by them, and can they keep this advantage?
Yeah.
Oh, and we're seeing the whale come out. Rainmaker resets here as Brush manages to push aggressive and get that pick. The power of the Brush and manages to retreat, zooms away there. Kuvia trying to get stuff with the Rainmaker, and I think manages, or not the Rainmaker, the Kraken, and manages to get one, but it's a lot of paint down on mid, and it's all turning up yellow, and it was all yellow.
Yeah,
sorry,
no,
Coldplay fan.
Yeah, it is looking really good right now for the members of Denny's regulars here as we're seeing Cool trying to push back up into mid. They're going to be able to make some plays here as we're seeing that kid trying to go on this left side. They have the Zuka, going to be able to pick it off. 1, 2, going down to the Zuka here. We're seeing Sam trying to catch Hermit lacking, but not going to be able to in the end, though. As we're seeing, they were able to get those picks, but the Rainmaker got picked off themselves, and now they're just trying to make it back in there. We're seeing Pulp trying to go onto this mid. They're on the spinner right now, but they have to find a way to get to this checkpoint. And the members of Denny's regulars just keep finding a way to be persistent in the fact that they're always there, but not getting picked off in the ones that need to be. The members of Cool have to find a way to do that if they're going to push up, and it's just the heavy deco here. They could be able to get the check here, trying, but they're coming back up, and Pulp is just on this wall begging for their life, but they're able to get it in the end as Pulp is just running for their life right now with 1.5 minutes left on the clock. And they just got to get 11 more points up there, but so many members of Denny's regulars are back up into plat. They're back here ready to do something again. 1 down on either side here was you're seeing that kid running out of their Zuka, but they're trying to find anybody they can to get the pick. But with Tactic Cooler in the favor of them, yeah, it's not looking good.
They managed to get these picks. The power of that Splatling, one of the best at denying, one of the best primary kind of groups at denying, these Rainmaker pushes, because it's a constant stream of ink bullets. But this Rainmaker being tightly fought over, but member of Cool focuses a little bit too hard on the Rainmaker there for a split second, but it's lead swap. An amazing support picks come out from the side of Cool, and now they have the lead. It's about a 13-point difference, but that's all you need to win a game. As Rainmaker gets popped and the whole field is purple, it's going to be a couple more pushes. 30 points remaining, but it's only 1 down, and this might look like Cool is in control here with 30 seconds, but we know how powerful Denny's regulars can be here in these last few seconds. It's all about this push. Kraken comes out. Kuvia needs to get some map control with this, and I believe it's gathered. One member goes down, but the Rainmaker's sleeping back, and it's a C9 coming out from Denny's, and Cool take game 3.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get it really solid coming out from them. That kid able to flank like they do sometimes. You can see the paint on the map that they were able to just sneak back the members of. Yeah, they were able to do that, and it was really beautiful coming out from them.
Absolutely insane back cap coming there from Cool. That kid proving that he is in fact that kid. With a nice flank push right there. Denny's regulars too focused on grabbing that mid control so they can make that last push. They forgot about the fact Rainmaker was popped.
Yeah, the Rainmaker was popped, and you see at this end there. This is where Cool started to really get their push. They got the lead here, and as they kept going, you saw so many members of Denny's regulars were opting to go into the mid fight, trying to make sure they were picking off all the members. But with that kid was able to sneak behind them and able to get the Rainmaker and just dunk it, completely ending the set in the favor of Cool, as they're going to be moving on against Osmosias in the semifinals and winners.
The dad kid was able. There was a lot of forward pressure being put on that ramp right there, the initial ramp in front of checkpoint 1 by Denny's regulars. They wanted to clear it out, be able to work mid, but that kid was on the right side of the plat spinny and was able to sneak past and grab the Rainmaker right before it reset. Denny's thought they had that reset in the bag. They were going to be able to make that push, but Cool sneak up and grab it right under their nose. But I mean, this was only the winner's side. Denny's regulars still have a chance to make it far in the losers, so I hope to see them later on in this tournament. Cool, however, will be moving on.
Yeah, and with that, we're going to be taking a quick short break, but don't be going anywhere, as we'll be right back with the set.
Hello and welcome back. We have, I believe this is our semifinals.
Mm-hmm.
And it's between Duck Mafia versus Squid Squad. Kinda. Not really. It's gonna be a amazing semifinals here. I'm taking a look at this map list, and I mean, we've got some very standard maps coming out of here. We have the worst map. Barnacle and Dime Splat Zones. And then we're gonna have Hagglefish Market on Tower. And then we're gonna be able to move towards Rainmaker Undertow Spillway. Sorry, my brain does not work. And then we have Splat Zones Umami. And then we're going to be going towards the most played map in Splatoon 3, Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy.
Yeah, those last two are dependent on if we do see it go into a Game 5, which, seeing the other two matches that we have called today, that is a most likely scenario, as we have been going to Game 3s and best of 3 sets time and time again. So I would not be, I wouldn't be surprised if that is the case. We'd be starting on Barnacle and Dime Zones, which is just like a standard zones map. I know not a lot of people like it, but it's all right. It's all right.
I'm just a Barnacle and Dime hater. It's just me. It's just me. Don't worry. Barnacle and Dime actually a pretty decent map. The aggressiveness you can get on it can feel very nice. Not my type of map. I prefer Mahi Mahi before the what?
I mean, that's not surprising. A lot of people prefer zones on Mahi. That is not an unpopular opinion. So, I'm not surprised on that front.
I mean, Barnacle and Dime, great map. You gotta love to see it.
Yeah, definitely love to see it. As we're going to be going into the match here, as we're waiting on it, I do know the members of Duck Motif. We have Red Shell, so we might see some Octobrush action going on here. I had no idea Kara. I think I remember Kara joining Duck Motif, so they might have something going on there too. I know they play like something, like standard meta frontline stuff. So we're gonna be seeing what these members are gonna be coming out with here as we're just waiting on the match to begin.
Squid kind of just beat Persistence to make it here. So, okay. Here we go. Let me see. So this is second seed versus third seed. So far, our winner semifinals are the first four seeds. No major upsets. But meanwhile, over in losers, we have some interesting teams. We got Seed 20 still in it. Is that our lowest seed? No, it is not. But I mean, what a run so far. Coming out from Get a Little Murder on.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Y'all can't see this, but I'm seeing this on Jorian's camera. He's screen sharing. Every single person in this lobby is running in a circle together. I want to give some claps to this. Can we oh, they're gone now. I was gonna see if we could transition over to show you guys, but the hive mind is real. We're all the same. We're all controlled by one hive mind, and the hive mind makes us run in circles. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, a lot of people love to do that once they're waiting for a set. Just in the way they spec, that's just waiting right there.
Circling around the spec. But I mean, these teams are stacked, so we're gonna be seeing an insane match. I can expect this to go a 5-map distance.
I honestly could see it going a 5-map distance, but we're just gonna have to wait and see who's the stronger team here as we're now getting into it.
We'll be getting into this of Barnacle and Dime. See the members here. And we're going to be seeing a heavy edit. Woo! Sorry, what? Is that the that's the side order brush coming out?
We're seeing the side order brush 2 coming out. Of course, the Octobrush. Pretty surprising, honestly. I was expecting it to come out on the side of Duck Motif or Red Shell, but they were opting to go for other weapons instead. Of course, we got the Stamper range, a lot of. And as I'm taking that, we're getting a triple down on Duck Motif. It's just the range blaster left alive here, as the members of this other team are going to be pushing in here. The Squid squad getting those picks as Kara is using their Zuka, trying to get something back in here, trying to bomb in. But the suction bomb right in front of them is going to be able to take them out, as the members of Squid squad are holding down the zone really nicely here, as you're a third already down the scoreboard here. Mock's going to be able to get the pick and jump back out with that zip, as Riceball and Kara are just kind of left, not knowing what to do here, just staying back, waiting for their specials, as they're going to be able to get the cooler too. We see Riceball just running everywhere, trying to get as much attention on them as possible, as Mox is going to be able to pick out Red Shell and jump back out, make sure they don't get picked off there with that cooler jumping, you know, it just goes really fast. But it's 20 points left on the board, Anson, and honestly, it is still not looking good, but they're starting to pick off the members. And Drift has the paint here. Drifty has the paint along with Red Shell. They're trying to get the paint, but Splat Fan is trying to keep it. It's so back and forth right now, but who's going to get it? Duck Motif is able to get it and is able to get the Zuka out, taking out.
God, it's a double, it's a wipe!
It's going to be a wipeout as the members of Duck Motif are finally able to get back in there.
An insane retake coming up from Duck Mafia. Looking like the level 100 Mafia boss right now, as it's up to the members of Squid Squad to get back in here, but Duck Mafia are doing a fantastic job of putting this forward pressure. But now, as one member goes down there, a bit of a tight pickle, but Kara manages to get one, manages to get a second, and it goes down. It's a delayed 3K on the side of Duck Mafia. That's going to help them a lot. There's a lot more points now, and now it's all left up to this final team fight. Duck Mafia need to defend this. Squid Squad starting to get back in here, but the Slosher goes down and Zipcaster goes out. It gets denied. 5 seconds left as 3 goes down.
Able to get denied. It's down. It is so close right now. It is so close, but Squid Squad is able to hold on, and they're trying to get through the penalty right now here, as we see Splatfan trying to get the pick with their lob shots from their Slosher, trying to able to get a pick on Riceball. They're able to hit one, but they need another hit, trying to outlive this Zuka here. They're just trying to live right now, as Riceball coming in with the zip, trying to see who they can get, able to get the Slosher. The brush is going to be going down, and it's just Captain Happy and the shot. Splat left alive. Kara's going to be going down. Riceball and Red Shell are trying to pick off the shot, but Red Shell is going to be going down, not before the shot goes down themselves, and it's just 3 left alive on Squid Squad here, trying to hold it once again. Drifty has got to paint the zone. They have a strong painting weapon, and they got to show its worth. With just the Sniper Rider out here, their Duck Mafia is able to paint the zone back in their favor once again, as they're going to be pushing back into the base of the opposing team Squid Squad here, as they're just and hold it to get the victory.
Everything's so back and forth right now, and it's just an insane match. What we could expect between these two powerhouses of teams here on this map. But Riceball popping Spider-Man this deep in gets canceled out here, but it's 20 on the penalty, as Squid Squad need to get back in. It's 2 picks, and that's a great start as Tri-Strikes go down. The zone shall be painted, but Kara trying to put up a bit of pressure, manages to get one, but it's not enough as Duck Mafia go 2 down. Squid Squad, they don't have forward control yet, and Duck Mafia are trying to keep control of their plat and keep control they do, and now they can work on painting back zone. It's back and forth, but Duck Mafia flipped the zone yet again.
They're going to be flipping the zone yet again, and with 48 seconds left on the clock, Duck Mafia is going to be able to flip it, but they just have to keep a hold to make sure the members of Squid Squad don't get it, and they're going to be able to hold it down for a little bit at the very least, going to be able to get a delayed wipeout on them. Now they just have to keep the members of Squid Squad in their base, not going to be able to move out for the next 30 seconds, and they're going to be able to contain this victory for them. But with Splat, with this Trizuka coming out, not going to be able to get the picks. Riceball just straight up swinging his sword right into the face of that zip, and another wipeout going to be coming out. It is not looking good right now for Squid Squad, as the members of Duck Mafia are going to keep holding it. 4, 3, 2, 1, and that's game.
Duck Mafia managed to make that comeback there. Squid Squad were looking so strong, but then Duck Mafia comes back, and it's back and forth, but when they need to win that forward fight the most, they win it out, managing to get some pivotal picks, and that is what causes them to take the first map. An insane back and forth between these two teams, and I mean, if this map is any showing for how this series is going to play out, we have a hell of a match on our hands.
Yeah, no, we definitely have a hell of a match on our hands right now here. We're just going to be we just see how Duck Mafia was able to hold it at least for a little bit in order to get the lead with just a point, as we see Drifty coming in just as they're about to get the zone back below penalty again. That paint from the heavy edit was able to just like really help in just holding down the zone, holding down the fort here. We see so many pushing up with 15 seconds off the clock. You see Kara, you see Red Shell. They just kept they just kept life as a priority to make sure they didn't get picked off, but at the same time made sure that they were getting the picks in order for them to not be able to move forward.
To get those picks there, but now we're going to be going onto tower control. We talk about kind of the push and pull of these maps, right? These modes. Flat zones and tower control definitely can be the more back and forth modes, but if snowballs happen, they can happen pretty hard. So maybe if Duck Mafia are able to break through and use that special advantage, we could be seeing a quick 2-0, or we could be seeing Squid Squad come back in here and put up a good fight. It's all going to be about who adapts better towards the differences in these comps. Both these teams are insane, so I'm excited what they bring here on Hagglefish Market.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited to see what they bring to the table too. Of course, both of them, like, it got so close over and over, just 5 and 6 during that previous game. We could see that here. Tower control is still kind of a similar mode to where, it's okay. It's just really the maps that cause some of the problems, but honestly, it's still kind of in a safe spot to where we see a lot of congestion from both sides, as we're now going to be getting into this game here, game 2, seeing the comps roll out. Duck Motif sticking to what they know. It worked, and it seems both teams are going to be opting for that. Both teams, they got to semifinals with these comps. They're really confident in them, and they're going to stick with them until they don't work. So they're just going to keep going with them, and it's really solid from the side of Duck Motif, especially with that range blaster. We saw that previous set how powerful range can be, and we're probably going to see that again.
I love seeing the quick respawn on the range blaster as well. It's going to be an aggressive option, an aggressive team comp coming out here from the members of Duck Mafia. I almost said Duck Squad. As we get into it, it's a brawl over the tower, and neither side able to get full control of the map. It's back and forth, as we can expect from these squads. But as I said before, and as we've seen before, the range blaster can be a pivotal weapon on this mode. I like to see more teams bringing it out, as specials are flying back and forth right now, but neither side is able to get the man advantage. But as soon as I say this, 3 go down to the side of Squid Squad, but it's 2 back down on Mafia. Not enough to...
Yeah, not enough to be able to get that, but we're seeing the members of Duck Motif going on to the first check here, grinding it down, going to be able to get it. The specials need to be coming out from Squid Squad, but with that Zuka taking out 1 and the Sniper Rider going down 2, and the zip ending, it's not looking good right now for the members of Squid Squad here, as the second check is being pushed on. It's going to be getting shredded as Drifty is trying to stay alive, but the Tri-Strikes coming out from the Slosher. So good on this mode, Tri-Strike, as it is in a lot of others, but we're seeing so much going down, as we're seeing Mox going to be able to get those picks, and the members of Duck Motif do have to, they do have to regroup, but they got such a good push all the way down to 19 that just maintaining that could go really well, as the other team, Squid Squad, has to get through 2 more checks and get onto the land of the third check to even be able to tie with the members of Duck Motif. And they're not able to get the picks right now. The Slosher is down. Mox is in the corner trying to get the pick, but the range was able, with the cooler jump, able to jump out of that situation, keep themselves alive as they're pushing forward yet again. We see the range setting up on the bottom right side, and honestly, the main weapon of Range Blaster is so powerful. I don't feel like teams use it as much because of its kit. It leaves a lot to be desired. That Slosher does make up for it, but as I'm saying that, we're moving on to the third check, going to be shredded, 3 down on the side of Squid Squad. That is going to be a delayed wipeout with that last check going down, and that's game 2. Very easy for Duck Motif.
A very good map coming out here from Duck Mafia. And I love to see they were able to keep up that forward pressure and keep that advantage rolling. And now it's 2-0 for them. And Squid Squad need to make this reverse sweep in order to keep going on in this winner's side.
Yeah, no, they had it going really well for them. Honestly, Deck Motif just kept coming back over and over and just kept going with their pushes, just kept themselves alive, keep getting the picks on the Squid Squad members. It was just going really well for them.
It was going really well for them.
Yeah, no, it was.
It was. Everything seemed to just align in place there for the members of Duck Mafia. But now we're going to be going to Rainmaker Undertow Spillway. And what are your thoughts really on who do you think has the advantage going into this map?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I feel like the members of Duck Motif, especially that last one with a mode as tower control on Hagglefish, it's not really one that's stupid. It can happen here and there where it's like 100-0, but it doesn't really have a lot on Haggle in specific. So seeing that coming out, I do think Duck Motif is going to have a really good push, especially on something like Rainmaker, which could be something 100-0. It is Undertow, so I feel like Squid Squad still does have a chance. But if they do, I want to see what they do. I think the Octobrush could work here, especially with a map like this. But honestly, we're just going to have to wait and see, in my opinion.
We're going to have to wait and see indeed, but we're not going to have to wait very long. Quickness of this implies that maybe teams are not shifting their comps too much, and that is exactly what is happening. We're seeing these members aren't changing things up. They are confident in their comps. They're confident with how this game is going to go. I like to see that confidence, especially this late into the tournament.
Yeah, no, they're sticking to their comps, but we are seeing a squeezer coming out instead of that shot on the side of Death Motif. So it's nice to see that change. I do see why they want that. Splash Ball is pretty strong on a map like this, especially with these narrow hallways. But as I'm saying that, so much is going down, and Red Shell is just running with that Rainmaker straight to the checkpoint. Nobody else is going to be able to stop him, but Mox is right there, going to be able to get that pick, and it's only Kara alive right now for Duck Motif as they're just trying to paint mid, trying to get that Zuka or that Tri-Strike, trying to get these specials, and we're seeing Splatpan going to be shredded by that Zuka as there's just 2-1 left alive. It is just Mox on the side of Squid Squad as Drift is going to be coming in here on this left side, trying to get that Rainmaker pop, going to be able to, as we see Drift trying to stay alive here. They got their wits on them. Or we're seeing Kara going to be picked off. We're seeing the Cooler about to, there we go. The Cooler is coming out from Drift. We're seeing Splat bombing and trying to get something in here. So much is happening right now on this screen that it's insane.
It is just insane. Ink is flying back and forth, but Duck Mafia are going to be looking to pop this right side checkpoint. But they're going to get splatted while trying to do so. It's 1-to-1 picks on both sides, but as Trizuka comes out here, maybe the advantage could be gained, but it's not going to gain just yet. That Tri-Strike is going to pick the dropped member, and these members are getting punished on their spawner. They should be, but these members on the side of Squid Squad are flooding back in here, trying to move the Rainmaker, but maybe it's a little bit too disconnected from the team. Gets this 98, but that's about it. Now Squid Squad need to defend a possible push coming out here from Duck Mafia, as they're going to be going towards this left side checkpoint as Max pushes up with that brush, but the checkpoint is gained here. Duck Mafia managed to get 3 picks onto Squid Squad, meanwhile as well, and are working to pop and possibly push this way past this checkpoint.
Way past this check here, as we're seeing they're trying to get something in here. Drifty making sure not to go on the grades as there are Tri-Strikes over there, but they're not there anymore. Drifty just trying to play it safe. We see Mox on the grading and Splatfan trying to get the pick, but is able to miss them here as everybody's trying to get the pick on that slosher. But in the end, it's just going to be 20 points on the board for the members of Duck Motif. They only have 20 left to go, and Captain Happy is trying to make sure no more are set, and they're just going to drop it on that left side where no members of Duck Motif are, and they're just trying to run with it. But we're seeing Drifty and Kara trying to close them off, trying to get the pick, not going to be able to with the help of this Zipcaster from Mox, going to be able to strike and do some chip damage here as Captain Happy is trying to keep their life. They see Rice Ball coming for them with that zip. They're holding on to just a little bit. I'm pretty sure the zip just recalled too. They're holding on to so much life, but they're able to take a trade with Kara before going down themselves. But now that is the Rainmaker in the area of Duck Motif. The members of Squid Squad starting to have a little bit of momentum, but they need a little bit more in order to get the lead or even the checkpoint right now. And with this range coming in, picking off your Slosher, maybe being able to pick off two, not going to be able to pick off two, but still with that pressure, even Kara coming in here, it is going to be really tough, Incident, but it might be useful as it's just that heavy edit left alive as they're going to be jumping back. And here we go. It could be right here. The check going to the members of Squid Squad.
Check manages to get picked up by Squid Squad, but Duck Mafia managed to make a successful defense there, as now they need to just hold on to this lead for 1 minute more, and they managed to get 2 down here on Squid Squad. And now they're going to use that advantage, push up here, grab that map control, and Rainmaker has reset. It's back to mid here. And now it's all up to the members of Squid Squad to try to push back in here, but it's a 1-for-1 trade there going down with the specials, and can Squid Squad push that into a more of a man advantage? Zipcaster comes out trying to find one and manages to find one, but it gets canceled on the comeback. It's back and forth from these two teams, but Duck Mafia clearly in control of where the Rainmaker sits. There's 20 seconds left into this round. Squid Squad are going to try to flood into here a late round with Cooler and Specials. Cooler comes out, but Wavebreaker comes out in response. Duck Mafia just need to keep control of this mid area, and keep control they will as that drop gets canceled. That's going to be the game. 3-0 coming out here from Duck Mafia.
Yeah, no, solid 3-0 coming out from them. That Rainmaker game was really, really intense for the members of Duck Motif. Their pushback, their potential coming out there. As members of Squid Squad, they were able to get a little bit, especially with that zip coming out around the middle end of the game. But in the end, it was the members of Duck Motif that were able to hold it down. As you can see in this replay here, you can see Captain Happy trying to hold it towards this 2-minute mark after all the zips that came out from Mox. They weren't able to get it though, but they were able to start to get it pushed back. You see here trying to get a little bit more. They got so many picks on the other members of Duck Mafia. It was only a heavy edit left alive. So they were able to get enough to where they were able to get the check. But after that, I couldn't really say that they got much more after that, as we see Kara getting this Zuka out here, getting the pick on Captain Happy right at the end there before being picked off themselves. You know, a net neutral, especially with one of them being the sniper right here. As Mox was lying in wait there, you could see Rice Ball near the end just trying to make sure that they jump back. It was just really good coming out from Duck Mafia. They were always together when they were alive, always making sure they had the pushes, and always playing it safe. Really good coming out from that team, and both of them, of course.
Good coming out from both of these teams here. And now, like, Duck Mafia gonna keep this going, but Squid Squad still have a chance to get through on this loser side.
Yep, they still do have a chance on the loser side, as we can see here. They're going to be waiting a little bit between Denny's Regulars, Tortilla de Patata, Super Cats, and Surf and Turf. And on the opposite side, on the winner spectrum, we're currently waiting between Cool and Osmosis for currently 1-1 right now. So once they finish their match, they're going to be taking on Duck Mafia in the winners finals. So don't be going anywhere, as we're going to be casting that in just a little bit. So make sure to stay tuned as we get to winners finals.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Squid Junction 65. Before I get into anything real quick, I just want to say we did have to do a caster switch out. We did have to take Anson out. They had to go. I'm just going to plug them real quick. You can find them on Twitter at Ansen4. So that's ANSNEN4 if you want to keep up with them. They do commentary for other fighting games and Valorant 2, and they're going to be at CEO this year, 2024. But with that, we're going to get back to Squid Junction. I'm joined here now by Riley as we're getting into the winners finals. We saw Duck Mafia last set and just how much pushing power they had against Squid Squad, but now they're going to be going up against Osmosis. So we're going to be seeing who comes out on top of this situation. Riley, what are you thinking going into this?
Well, the only thing I can really say offhand is that I think it's really funny how Zenith's team is fighting kind of Zenith's kind of signature pickup group, as far as I can tell. But I've not really seen Osmosis play before, so, this is going to be real interesting to see kind of what synergy they've cooked up together, so to speak, against this kind of more, like, it's a pickup group, but it's still considerably more established than, most other pickup groups that exist right now.
Looking onto the spec cam we have right now to see the rosters, it is the standard Osmosis roster. I do know Len a good amount. They have been pushing, just this vanilla blaster for the longest time, and they've had some really great results lately. Of course, one of the most notable being Genesis X. I do imagine them, bringing a punch with that blaster coming in here. We also have Helix, we have Bab, most likely going to be the Snipe Rider, maybe a little bit of Squeezer, but probably going to be the Snipe Rider player. We got Zenith and Helix too, of course, and on the other side, we've seen the comp that Duck Motif kind of stuck with before. I don't imagine they're going to do anything different. I imagine we're going to be sticking with the Range Blaster, Splatana Stamper, Heavy Edit, and Shot/Squeezer that we've seen before.
Yeah, Red Shell, I've fought mainly in solo queue a bunch of times, and they are by far like one of the most nightmarish players. That's really the only way I can think to describe it. But yeah, to go back to Len, definitely always excited to see kind of that blaster play. I genuinely think that they may be the fastest growing player in recent memory since, honestly, probably Zenith, but that's just kind of to put things into perspective here. Always really exciting to see kind of these, I don't necessarily want to say lower tier weapons, but just go with it. Lower tier weapons getting pushed to such great heights. And we'll see how they put all that to work on Rainmaker's Scourge.
We're just going to be having to wait and see on what they do on Rainmaker's Scorch here. Yeah, we see the map bans have happened, so yeah, that's where we're going to be going on for round one. It's honestly been quite a while since I actually have seen Rainmaker's Scorch be a map that's even chosen, so I'm honestly surprised seeing it here.
Honestly, that's understandable, but I feel like this is kind of one of the more consistent map modes that you see, which, I mean, there's not a whole lot of consistency across the board, so take all of that with a grain of salt, but it's just something that I feel, I remember this was around kind of during like the month one meta, and has continued to relatively consistently show up, but I understand that it's not necessarily everyone's cup of tea. I could just be biased because it's kind of one of those ledgy maps where Tri-Slosher is very effective, but, to each their own.
Yeah, it really is to each their own, but either way, we're just going to have to wait and see what comes out here, as we're now finally going to be able to get into the match. Going to be seeing what comps these teams are going to be coming out with tonight, as we're seeing the side of Duck Motif. We're finally seeing Red Shell going to be opting to, instead of going the Range Blaster, finally coming out with their Octobrush. And on the other side, we see Blaster, we see the Gal that was so prominent on DNA, if you remember them, but it's not by Helix. Helix is on Shot. It's actually Zenith who's going to be rocking that 52. I don't think I've ever seen that, and of course, the standard Snipe Rider that you see pretty much everywhere.
Yeah, Snipe Rider definitely kind of the most crucial weapon in the meta right now, for better or for worse. We see Zenith here trying to scope out some sort of fight, but not able to find much. They do take out Red Shell, though, putting it into an early kind of 3v3 spot. Neither team really wants to make that much of a move here. They're kind of just waiting for picks. Zenith here stuck in a corner. They do get very slightly clipped by the shot, and that's an early 3 down for Osmosis. This could be a very big opening push for Duck Mafia, and indeed they go ahead and break through that first checkpoint with now Duck Mafia being just 2 down. But that's not going to stop them.
That's not going to stop them for nothing. Going to be seeing a trade come out, and the members of Duck Motif are still kind of in there. We're seeing Rice Ball coming on this top right, along with Kara, as we're seeing Len sharking here, trying to see them out. They see the cooler. They're going to be able to take it. This will give them just a little bit more speed, a little bit more firing power, especially on something like Blaster. The cooler is definitely going to help him out a lot. As we're seeing, Rice Ball going to be blasted immediately there as Red Shell is staying alive. I forgot to mention that was actually the Nuvo they're going to be coming out with, so that's going to be Beacons. In the map like this, I feel like Beacons are going to help hold themselves really well on getting the team back in here, along with those cooler jumps, maybe getting them out too. And of course, Inkstorm, really solid chip damage and even some healing factors with that recent patch. We're seeing Zenith coming in on this right side, going to be able to take off one. We're seeing Bazooka coming in, Len coming in, blasting, guns blazing, trying to get these picks here. But the members of Duck Motif are just trying to hold it down as much as possible as they're going to be able to do. Drifty going to get a little bit more paint. They were able to hit somebody. They know that somebody's on that right side, as we're seeing just how far they're willing to go. We're seeing Red Shell just trying to get in there, but the members of Osmosis are just holding it down.
For sure, they're really not doing anything to push this Rainmaker. They're just kind of chilling here already. But the problem with that is that you're kind of giving the members of Osmosis time to build up specials, but of course the pure aggression that Duck Mafia has brings 2 of them down, and we see they're quite a ways off from all of their specials now at this point, so that was rather effective. They didn't really need to rush it by any means, but we see the members of Osmosis are trying to poke around and paint mid. You have the Killer Whale that they're trying to push with Helix going for a fight here, but forced to back off as they're just barely out of range. Zenith getting barely clipped out from behind that wall, and now Osmosis is back in a 2 down, basically a glorified 3 down. Make that a delayed wipe with Len forced to jump out. So now once they get the Rainmaker popped and everyone's cooled up, they can keep on pushing now that Zenith's down to prevent any sort of pinch from happening. But once again, Osmosis is in a pretty solid spot to defend now that they've all respawned, and the members of Duck Mafia have backed up.
And the members of Duck Motif right now have definitely backed up. Duck Mafia just playing back a bit there. As we're seeing Osmosis pushing up here, we're seeing Red Shell on this right side trying to, just put a little bit of pressure power. Not having a bomb is definitely getting to them here, though, as it's 2-3 down on the side of Duck Mafia here, as it's just Drifty left alive. As now it's finally going to be pushing power for the members of Osmosis, 2 down on their side, and there's the check immediately there with the bubble still out, going to be able to hold that space for just a little bit longer, as we're seeing Zenith pushing up here to this top right, trying to get it, and the points are coming in the favor of Osmosis, and they're going to be able to take the lead with 1 minute left on the clock. Now it's in Duck Mafia's court to see if they're going to be able to push it back. They're the ones in the red now, the ones trying to look for something. Meanwhile, it's Osmosis that's going to be chilling out a bit, but they might not be chilling because they want to get it pushed more and more. Red Shell going to be coming from behind, but going to be getting picked off. And we're seeing here Drifty just trying to drop it as fast as possible. They're going to be picked off right there. And if the members of Osmosis are able to get in that top left area, it could be really bad for Duck Mafia, but it's not looking like they're going to be able to. And we're seeing everybody just trying to get the picks. We're seeing Len going down. We're seeing the shot going down. There goes Helix. 2 left alive. 1 left alive on Osmosis. It's pretty much a delayed wipeout, but Len was jumped back and is still alive, going to be able to get the pick, trying to hold it on their own, able to get almost everybody. But Riley, it's just Rice Ball there. If they're able to get the jumps back and take the Rainmaker, they might be able to make a push.
Yes, but you see Bab with the pencil is poking out over the ledge and able to stop it very easily, and that's Osmosis pulling off a super impressive comeback for that first game. that 3 down on the side of Duck Mafia was what they were waiting for that whole time. Now, they had solid enough defense for the whole first leg of that game, and that really pulled through in the end there, because they had exactly as much offense as they needed to take lead once they got that 3 down, but then they just kept up the mid control. Members of Duck Mafia were really not able to get up to mid at all, and even though Osmosis went 3 down there at the end, Len was able to clutch up extremely hard, and I can only imagine what it would be like if this was like a game 4 pulling off that kind of play. But I mean, regardless, definitely well played by Osmosis. I was not really expecting that big of a comeback, but shows what they're capable of.
I know it really shows just how capable they are in that comeback. And then Len just pretty much getting a triple right there in that bottom right corner, just holding it down. Meanwhile, everybody is trying to come back to life. That was really good on his part, just holding it down. That was really commendable. And as we're getting into it now, we're just waiting to see what the members of Duck Motif are going to be willing to come in. Maybe the Octobrush might get switched out because it wasn't in that last round. They did really well, so maybe they might be like, maybe this isn't the best idea, and we're going to go with something else instead. I could see. I don't know what we'll be able to see, but honestly, I'm excited to see what they're going to be going with. This is Zone's Ramen. This is a really, really powerful stage that a lot of people definitely enjoy. So we're just going to be seeing that.
I definitely agree. I'm kind of curious as to if Red Shell may switch out for the vanilla Octobrush. I really think that either of them are, viable on this map. But no, we're going with a Range Blaster.
Yep, going back to the Range Blaster. Octobrush was not the play in their mind, and they're going to be going back to range. That is what they're going to be opting to do. Meanwhile, on the other side, we're seeing the comp from Osmosis is going to be pretty much sticking, as they're all going to be coming out here. Zenith and Helix on this bottom right side going to be pushing out. 2-1 left in the middle. Actually, Red Shell's just jumped back a tiny microscopic bit as they're still in mid there, but the members of Osmosis do have this zone, as Red Shell is just trying to get something going on here. Going to be able to get Len as they're falling down, and 2 down on the side of Osmosis. Not looking good for them, as Bab has to back up, trying to play for life here, but they're going to be able to live for another day and trying to get another cooler, as we're seeing Rice Ball coming in here with the zip, trying to see if they can distract the members of Osmosis or at least get a pick for Duck Mafia here, but the Zook is coming out from Helix. Meanwhile, Drift Team, that bottom left corner, trying to get a pick. There's so much going on in this field at once, even with Zenith coming in with this killer whale, trying to come in from this bottom left area, getting 2 picks on the side of Duck Mafia. Going to be able to take the zone back, as Zenith and Len are trying to push up with this bubble in just that really short area. Going to be able to get 2, and it's just Drift Team left alive once again, back in the favor of Osmosis, Riley, as we're seeing Drift Team getting that pick on Helix, getting the cooler out for their team, and this might be the chance for Duck Mafia to be going in once again and trying to get the picks.
Oh, that Zuka's going to get so much done, and indeed, they do get a pick out of it. But yeah, Zenith and Len are just unstoppable as a duo. When you see them pairing up, you better watch out. But we see the Zipcaster and the... okay, I guess that's a pick. No idea what just happened. But yeah, the Zipcaster and the Zuka come out, but that's not going to stop Osmosis from holding on to control of zone here. Zenith going all the way in at as much as can be afforded. We saw Kara, though, on the slight flank. I don't know if they're able to get much done, though. Drift doing a whole lot to try and paint with the heavy edit splatling, but it's not going to be enough. That's Osmosis taking game 2 in a rather commanding fashion.
Yeah, as you were mentioning before, Zenith and Len were just such an unstoppable duo, and you saw time and time again, Len kept popping that bubble onto that left area right before you get to zone. Just that little bridge. It just had such little room that bubble was just able to hold so much. You can see in this instant replay we got going on right here, Red Shell getting that first pick on Len, and this is when Duck Mafia was originally starting to get some momentum, some gaining power, but then you saw Zenith with this killer whale coming in onto this left side, getting drift, Red Spell going down. You saw the Zukas and the range coming out, but it just wasn't enough, as Len was able to pop the bubble where I mentioned and get a push going, as they were able to get the lead. And as you can see, Len in that corner. You saw that Zuka get such a good kill on Drifty, such a good pick that they were not able to come back from that. That was just such a good timing. You saw Drift getting picked off there by an auto bomb randomly. You're seeing Len going in. Just so much kept happening, but the members of Osmosis, all of them, were just able to hold it down for so long. And now as we're getting to tower control on Inkblot, now the ball is still in Duck Mafia's court, and they have to find an answer, because if they don't, they're going to be going to losers.
Okay, thank you for pointing out that it was an autobomb that killed them, because that straight up perplexed me. I couldn't see that. But yeah, definitely want to give shoutouts to Bab as well, just because, you know, you have the sprinkler on top of the ceiling and all. That's gonna, like, you have to give it up for the supports allowing the aggressors to do that in the first place. I'm saying all this because Inkblot tower control really doesn't need much of an introduction at this point, right? I agree. So we see the Range Blaster coming out from Red Shell once again as Osmosis sticks with the same comp.
Mm-hmm. They're going to be rolling with the same comp, pretty much, not on both sides, as Duck Mafia is going to be opting for that zap instead of the heavy edit, opting for that powerful shooter instead of the Splatling, which I can see why, mainly because of that suction bomb. It's going to be really easy to pair up with other members. But as we're seeing now, we're seeing Lenny going down, but not before going down themselves, as the members of Osmosis are already getting a really good push at the beginning. Red Shell's going to go down. Kara's going to go down to this 52 as Rice Ball is stuck in so much blue ink, but going to be able to take out Len, and they're just hiding right under there. But the members of Osmosis know they're there. Helix is going to go down. Zenith is going to go down. Everybody's going to go down. But Len is still in there, going to be able to get a pick on Kara, but not before a wipeout is going to be coming out on the board. And now the members of Duck Mafia are going to be pushing up once again, trying to shred this check.
Yeah, the Stamper on the ledge, really not what you want to be seeing here, and they are going to pop their Zipcaster, and this is one of the strongest Zipcaster maps, but Len able to stop it right away. All the members of Osmosis are coolered up. That's one down on the side of Duck Mafia. They do take lead and are cruising towards the second checkpoint, but Helix and the gang are able to stop it very effectively. Just Rice Ball left. They pop the Zipcaster out of desperation, but Bab gets a huge snipe to stop it. Actually, Len stopping it as well. So now Osmosis will return the favor as we see Len is all the way pushed up already. Can they take on this 1v3? Unfortunately, not quite. And, oh, Duck Mafia is trying to respond here as it's just the 2v2. But Kara going down is going to provide Osmosis with an opportunity, and they're making steady progress towards lead.
Mm-hmm. They're making really good progress. Now that they have the lead, they are just pushing straight into the bats of Duck Mafia. As Red Shell is still in there, but going to be able to get picked off by the Sniper Rider Bab here, as they're still on the tower, going to be able to place that cooler down just as they're getting the check. And we've seen a lot more teams do that, where they put the cooler right in front of the tower and then just shred it instantly and able to pick up, you know, the cooler momentum again. But as we're seeing it, so many members going to go down, and with this bubble on the tower, they're just trying to hold it. Kara trying to make something out of it, gonna be able to get the pick on Bab and Len. They're gonna be able to try to get something here, try to keep this game on for a little bit longer, but Helix is still in their spawn, trying to get pick, gets the pick on Kara, not before Red Shell and Drift get the pick on him, and Bab gonna be able to jump back in there, trying to hold it. We see Drifty on their bats, trying to get something done, but Len is on this bottom side here, gonna be able to try to pick off Kara, but Kara is going to be able to push it back on them. All the members of Duck Mafia are here trying to push out the members of Osmosis, but Zenith is just going straight in there, going to be able to get the pick on Kara too. Two down yet again, but Drifty's coming back in here. Red Shell's going to be picked off. Drifty is on this top left on the bats, going to be able to pick off Zenith with this double, trying to get Zenith, going to be able to get Zenith again. It's just so much is going on right now, but in the end, after so long, no, Len's still here. Len's still trying to make something, but no. Duck Mafia is able to get the members of Osmosis out of their base, and it's going to try to push once again to that second check.
That entire sequence is some of the most powerful defense I think I've ever seen. Also, oh my goodness, Bab just got a huge pick all the way up on the wall. That deserves a squid bag. Go ahead, you've earned it. But that's two down on the side of Duck Mafia, and Helix trying to defend alongside Bab, and Kara's not really looking to be in a great position here, as they are continuing to hold it, but Osmosis doing a very good job of kind of holding this push off. But at the same time, Kara does have the Zuka ready, so that could potentially create a huge opening, especially with the Killer Whale being the only thing that Osmosis has at their disposal currently, far ways off from any other special that could really do much defending. Duck Mafia is still pushing the tower, but Drift is the furthest up. There's not really anyone in front of it, but that's 2 down for Osmosis. Unless Bab is able to get a huge snipe here, that could be potentially a problem, and they do get the jump out. Is the Zuka able to do anything? Not on tower, but they do get 1 pick, and that could be enough, and that's 3 down for Osmosis! Drift signaling to this way. Zipcaster putting out a lot of problems. They do take it down. Are they able to pull off some defense in the last second here? It's really not looking too hot.
Yeah, no, they're making so much happen here, but Len is going for it, going to be able to get the pick before going down themselves. Kara going to go down. It's just Rice Ball left alive here, but they're still here. Going to be able to take out Zenith, and there are the jumps coming into their bats. We see Drifty and Red Shell going back on the tower. They want this lead. They want this win right now, and they're willing to do anything for it, but their bombs are coming out. It's just them left alive. It's just Drifty.
That's the delayed wipe.
No, if the jump was just a little bit sooner, they might have been able to, but in the end, after so much, they were still able to take it, and that's the victory once again for Osmosis.
Once again, incredible, like that. Duck Mafia showed some incredible defense in that game, but Osmosis was able to just barely outclass it in that regard. That was 2 points off. Like, I really don't... Like, how much closer can you get? And don't say 1 point. Like, just, yeah. That's the power of having so many suction bombs at your disposal, as well as stuff like Bubbler in order to easily facilitate pushes. And, you know, that's... When you have Zuka on your side, as well as 52 Gal, I guess anything's possible, really.
Yeah, true. Anything is really possible in that aspect. You just saw so much back and forth. And this is really when Duck Mafia started to get something going. You saw Bab getting that really good pick up all the way up there on Rice Ball. Zuka's flying out. You just saw how far Duck Mafia was able to get in there, just trying to stay alive. You're seeing Rice Ball in that corner, able to get the pick on Len and Helix as they're zipping Ani here, trying to get the distraction on Bab. And you saw last second just how desperate it was. Drift and Red Shell staying on this tower as long as they could. The bomb taking out Red Shell there, and then Helix just finishing off and getting the victory. That is going to be a solid 3-0. Osmosis is going to be going on to grand finals, but of course, Duck Mafia still has a chance. They're now in losers, but they could be coming back. But with that, we're going to be going on a short break. And once we come back, we're going to be going into the losers bracket to be seeing who in the end will be able to challenge and potentially topple Osmosis. Be sure to stay tuned.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Squid Junction 60. Welcome back to Squid Junction 65. We are currently in the round 6 of the losers bracket. Currently, that is, I believe, kind of the quarterfinals of the losers bracket. Yes, indeed. We are going to be seeing Denny's Regulars versus Squid Squad, kinda, not really. So, Denny's Regulars is kind of a new team. If you remember Legato, this is pretty much the same thing, like, just, a few members under a new name. And Squid Squad has a few members of the old team Velocity, as well as Captain Happy and Mox, kind of some notable mid-level players. You have any experience with any of these people, NM?
I've had experiences with them, of course, facing against them back when I played comp, mainly the Legato members. But also, of course, we did cast both of these teams earlier separately. We have seen what they've been meaning to do. I will say, it's been interesting to see Cuvia because they've actually been going heavy deco mainly, if you believe it or not. They've mainly been playing the heavy deco, of course, Hermit on that brush. And we've even seen some junior gameplay coming out to all of that from Denny's Regulars. And Squid Squad does have Nox, who does rep the vanilla Octo Brush. So some unorthodox picks coming out from both teams.
For sure. Now, I was aware that Kuvia, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, is kind of a Splatling player, just the whole class across the board. But yeah, heavy deco, not really something you see a whole lot of, even though I believe it's wall for the sub, correct?
It's point sensor for Deco's sub.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, like, if that's wall and Kraken, I mean, that's the same as, like, 96, but, that's still a pretty solid kit. Point sensor, I understand, could potentially, put a dampen on things, but, here, when you're fighting a Octobrush player who's going to inevitably be sharking a lot, then, yeah, that sounds good to me. Let's see how they utilize that on Splatzone's Mako Mart. Right off the top, I think that Heavy Deco could potentially be stronger here just because Wavebreaker only has so much utility, and Kraken can potentially create some really huge plays. Aside from that, I think it's pretty much expecting general stuff from these players from here on out.
Just expecting general stuff, just the standard. That's definitely what I'm seeing, deviating from what I said, before, some of the other stuff that we could potentially see. We're just gonna have to wait and see on what these teams are gonna be rocking with, of course, as we're gonna be waiting now on just a few more of them to ready up. It is Zones Mako. We did see the comp that it was Denny's Regular that we actually saw them playing on literally the same map mode, and the comp that they ran was Junior, Brush, Heavy Deco, and Stop. They might go for the same thing. We're just gonna have to wait and see, but we have seen what they like to do on this map mode before, so we could see that. We could see something different. It is honestly dependent on what they're feeling in the moment, as we're now finally just getting into the map here. Going to be going game 1 of this set that we are seeing, of course, Squid Squad going for their standard comp, and it's actually going to be a squeezer instead of a shot on the side of Denny's Regulars. I got almost all of that right, but that's the standard comp coming out from Squid Squad 2, so I don't imagine this is going to be changing much, as these are basically the comps that they kept running in the previous sets that we've seen them in.
Yeah, and Squid Squad, I noticed having the almost all order weapons. That's pretty fun. But yeah, that's a really interesting comp from Denny's Regulars. That's not a whole lot of aggression. You're pretty much just relying on the brush and the squeezer to do their thing. Typhlo, I pretty much knew as a shot player from what little I knew. So, this is kind of catching me off guard. But that's still Denny's Regulars getting a pretty notable first push here. Kuvia, unfortunately, getting caught out by the Zipcaster, but that's 2 down on the side of Squid Squad. Hermit here doing a good job of holding off zone. Splat getting caught out on the way back in, and Typhlo able to be kind of the anchor here to help get their teammates in as Squid Squad does go briefly 2 down. And they are relatively close to their specials, but that's still not really a whole lot to work with here. But Hermit going down could potentially create an opening, and we see the triple strikes and the Zipcaster coming out, able to give the Squid Squad controlled zone here, as we see Gray trying to go for a fall off, but that is a 2v2 here. Mox going in for kind of a passive opening here as the Pencil tries to make some progress on zone.
Yeah, the Pencil is really trying to put some pain on the zone here, as we're seeing so much going on in that bottom left side with Hermit coming out on top there, as we're seeing them go behind Splat, trying to get the pick on them. What is going to be running back, just trying to bomb them out here, as we see they do have a Zuka at the ready, but Typhlo is just trying to bomb them out, not going to be able to, and there's one more Zuka shot that's going to be coming out, almost picking off Typhlo, but it's not going to be enough. But they're still the ones with the zone advantage, still having it in their control, as Splat is just trying to back up a bit here. They have the cooler, but they don't have the manpower, as they're going to be actually going to be taken down by Hermit here, as we see Riku, aka Splatfan, trying to come on this left side, trying to get the pick. Kuvia coming down from trying to get the pick on them, going to be able to just run through them with this zone going back in neutral for just a few seconds, trying to get the pick on Splat here. Love Child is going to go down, but that is going to be game going for Denny's regulars here in the quarterfinals. That's going to be set up for them. They just kept holding and kept making sure the members of Squid Squad were not able to get into the zone literally at all, and that proved to be such a good tool, such good fighting power, and in the end, they're going to be the ones coming out on top.
Yeah, definitely shoutouts to, the members of Denny's regulars, particularly kind of the aggressors there. We saw at the very end Love Trial, or Gray, as they are formally known, keeping the members of Squid Squad off zone just by trying to go for fights, serving as kind of that distraction, which normally you'd expect the Brush to be doing that, but, you make do with what you have. Also, Kuvia getting a very clutch pick there on the Slosher. That was just the perfect place at the right time, and here we can see Gray serving that kind of distraction role as Typhlo's bombs do a great job of kind of providing that chip damage. So honestly, I wasn't really expecting much out of that comp. Like, I know they have faith in what they're running, but still, those, like, on the whole, you just don't see weapons like Junior or Heavy Deco around, so exciting to see them played by some, skilled players. And let's see if they can carry that momentum over into Robo Ramen Clam Blitz. Right off the bat, Heavy Deco, Kraken, hello, anybody?
Yeah, as we saw on this same map mode, the first round we streamed, which was Tornitos against Persistence, that 96 deco coming out from Persistence with Ichigo with that Kraken just proved to be such a good asset, both for getting picks and pushing back the opposing team, but also, of course, Kraken cheese that we all know and love, quote unquote, with a little asterisk in there. I imagine that Kuvia is going to be going for the same thing on this map mode with that Kraken. I don't imagine it's going to be anything different.
For sure. Not to mention, it's the old adage from solo queue of it's not going to transfer over 100% into a comp setting, but, brushes love Clam Blitz as well. Those could potentially serve as like mini Krakens if you're feeling particularly insane. Not entirely sure what the Junior or Squeezer have in mind, if we may even see those weapons return. We may see a switch to shot just for the sake of having some more lethals on the board. But going into this game here, we see Squid Squad coming through with the exact same comp. Meanwhile, Denny's Regulars comes through with the exact same comp. Wow, how about that?
Going through the exact same. Actually, no, Denny's Regulars is going to be switching out their Junior, going for that NZAP instead. I mean, it is Clam Blitz, and one half of that Kraken cheese is the cooler jump, so I imagine they want to make sure that they secure that as much as possible. Even with the bubble gameplay we saw coming out from Len on this map, with the bubble, we're still seeing that, that cooler jumping with the Kraken is definitely what these teams are opting for.
Yeah, and that, right off the bat, 3 down on the side of Denny's Regulars. But Squid Squad doesn't have a whole lot to work with here. They do have the specials all coming out and the power clans, but the picks are what they're lacking here. Typhlo on this lower area, distracting them a little bit. They do get the splat on Hermit, and that is 2 down yet again. This could be a very big push for Squid Squad, but they are just kind of hanging down. They really don't want to be staring down Kuvia's splatling, and Typhlo here on the front side is not helping either. The Kraken here, are they able to bait it out? Doesn't look like it, and that's going to be members of Squid Squad jumping out, effectively handing mid right over to Denny's regulars, but Splat coming through with a nice pick on Hermit. They do respawn right away here, but it looks like Squid Squad's going to be taking mid back here, and we see Mox on the Zipcaster potentially able to get some big disruption going through in mid as it is recalled.
Yeah, it's going to be recalled, but they're trying to put in the work here as we're seeing so much going down onto mid. Captain Happy is just trying to keep the control on mid of the zone with Snipe Rider. I say zone, but the area with Snipe Rider here, just trying to get as much paint on as possible as they're trying to push up. But this Zuka is going to be coming out here, just trying to disperse them a little bit. They definitely don't want to be going down right now as we're seeing Gray push up here, trying to play for their life against this Slosher. We're seeing Splat on this left side. There's not a lot of action going on in terms of picking, but with this Zuka, that might be changing right now as it's 2 down, 3 down. Typhlo is going to go down, and there we go. That's the basket going for Squid Squad. And with this Tri-Strike coming out, Splat is able to put in another Super Clamp into there. Is going to be continuing to try to push with their life. 51 points left on the board. And this Snipe Rider can get into that top left. They're not going to be able to, but 51 is a solid push at the beginning. But again, you got to realize the other team does still have the potential to do the cooler jumps with the crack and cheese. So even with 51, you definitely got to watch out for something like that.
Yeah, but Mox here on the Zipcaster doing some solid defense work, able to at least bring down one of the members of Denny's regulars. The Brush is also kind of stuck in spawn at the moment. Members of Denny's regulars are just kind of draggerling at the moment. The Tri-Strikes come out. Typhlo does go down, so that is... In fact, make that 3 down. Is that going to be a wipe? Indeed it is, and they've got the Pity Clam at the ready here. That's going to be increasing the lead down to 35, make that 29, but that is 2 members of Squid Squad going down here. Kuvia, Kraken coming out relatively early to try and stop this push, and indeed that is what will happen. But Squid Squad still has complete control of mid, so Denny's regulars have got to prioritize picks here and get a move on.
Yeah, they got to get something going here, and with 2 down on the side of Squid Squad, that might be what they're looking for. As we see Kuvia pushing up, we see Mox trying to go in to counteract that. We see the cooler coming down as Mox is coming on this backside. They're just trying to shark out a little bit. They do have the zip, so they could be doing some disruption power. But we're seeing the jumps coming in, of course, from the Kraken. They're able to get 1. Get 2. Can they get a 3rd? Can they get a 3rd? We're going to be seeing that. No 3rd coming out here. And the heavy deco is going to be going down too. And that was their pity. Or at least one of them was the pity too. So right now they also have to make another Super Clam in this next minute to make sure that they don't go to a game over.
Yeah, for sure. And in fact, I believe that is Squid Squad holding control of most of mid, but that's 3 down. Now Denny's regulars is in the driver's seat. They don't have their Zuka at the ready. They just popped cooler. Now is the time for them to get a nice organic push going. And we see Hermit's got the killer whale ready, able to displace someone. Now Squid Squad's not going to have their cooler at the ready. So if they could just get 1 or 2 more picks, that could very well be lead here. They don't really have that great of a distance to push, all things considered. But that is 1 member of Denny's regulars going down, and that's 2 down. Or that was all the members of... Squid Squad getting their specials, but they do open the basket. It's just Kuvia here, but all of the members of Denny's regulars were caught in rather unfortunate positions. Unless they can get a ball in the next 9 seconds, that's probably going to be game.
Yeah, they almost had it, but it was the triple ink strike coming out from Riku that was able to stop one of the jumps from getting that basket, and that is going to be the game ending in the favor of Squid Squad, as now we're going to be going on to a 3rd game. Squid Squad just kept holding as much as possible, even with that Kraken cheese. There weren't many Krakens coming out from Kuvia, if at all, and they were just never able until the end to be able to even make it onto the other side of the map to even start something like that.
For sure, Squid Squad did a really excellent job of neutralizing all of Denny's regulars' Kraken pushes. We see them also getting a really effective starting push here, and honestly, that whole wipeout, like near wipeout at the very start, they very well could have put Denny's regulars on the back foot a whole lot earlier in this game. So I think that real good opening they had kind of staggered Denny's regulars kind of that whole time to begin with. But still, that's not to say that it was for a lack of effort, because we do see them get that one push off here. We can see Kuvia starting to get something going, but again, Riku with the very clutch triple ink strike stopping it. This is the type of thing. Like, Kraken Cheese is not a very well-liked playstyle by anybody, but there are ways to work around it, and this is relatively situational, but this shows that there are kind of ways around it.
There are ways around it. Like, you can, if you have the right timing, you might be able to tri-strike and stop them from scoring, as we saw at the end there. That tri-strike, sure, they got one of the super clams in, but that other one wasn't able to get it in because they timed it just right. That is something that they can keep, in mind in order to stop something like that. For sure, and we're, like, without any warning, we're going right into Rainmaker Scorch, or actually, no, this is Tower. No, it's Rainmaker. I don't know what I'm saying. The checkpoints didn't appear on the timeline for a second. Give me a break. But anyway, Typhlo going on the shot here, and that's Denny's regulars taking pop almost right away. That's almost them getting popped right away, as we're just waiting to see on what's going to go down here. We're seeing so much firepower, and Zuka's coming down with 2 down already on Denny's regulars as the members of Squid Squad are coming back out into mid with the cooler. We're seeing Captain Happy coming back. We're seeing the Killer Whales coming out from both just the brush, but they're going out everywhere here as Kuvia, they're staying back a little bit. They're just trying to censor what they can do. They're just trying to, see who's over there, see what they can do, see what they can accomplish, as we see Splat trying to hold it down, trying to rain it down, as there's just so much going on, I can't even think. Yeah, we're seeing, though, Squid Squad's in a pretty solid position to push here, but they're just not getting much done. And in fact, it seems like Denny's regulars have now gotten into a position where they can effectively respond. But that's 2 down on the side of Denny's regulars, and it doesn't seem like Squid Squad's going to get much of a push going. They do grab Rainmaker, but no points on the board yet, and we're already over a minute into this game. Now, Denny's regulars is a fair ways away from all their specials, and getting that huge pick on Gray is very big because now they're not going to have Bazooka, although Typhlo will have their own in a second here. But, still, this is something where you could have done stuff a lot faster, so to speak. But 2 down on the side of Denny's regulars, so this could be potentially huge. Kuvia here on the Kraken once more, able to kind of keep Squid Squad on their toes for just a little bit. But that's not going to be enough to completely dispel them. Rainmaker does reset, but mid control is solidly in the favor of Squid Squad. It is in the favor of Squid Squad right now with all this pain, and they do have the check down, as they just got to keep that going. And we're seeing Mox coming in with the zip, trying to get the pick on Kuvia. They're in that bowl there, going to be able to get that pick with Hermit and Typhlo trying to come up on this left side. 2 down on the side of Squid Squad might key the time to be able to push in and make some games happen, make some picks happen. It's just 1 left alive, though, for Denny's regulars, as it's going to be going right back in favor of the Squid Squad, as they're going to be pushing. They're going to be losing the Rainmaker, and Kuvia is going to be living to see another day. But it's still not looking good, especially with half the time gone. They're trying to stay for their life. But Captain Happy, is holding it down. They see Typhlo. They're trying to push them back. But Typhlo is coming in on this right side. They have the Zuka at the ready. But 3 down on Squid Squad. This could be spelling the end to their reign, as the members of Denny's regulars are starting to push up. In a meta like this, if you see 1 left alive, you got to push up on them as soon as possible. Because if you don't, they probably get cooler, and they're probably going to jump right back into the action, as we see here. QB going down there. They're Kraken ending. But we're seeing the Zuka coming out, going to be able to pick off Mox. Not really getting any other picks, but Hermit is going to be saving Gray's life, at least for a little bit. Going to be able to pick off Riku, but they're going to be going down themselves in a trade with the paint. Still in control on Squid Squad. For sure. Denny's regulars really had kind of a solid position there with Kavia pushed up on the Kraken, and then Gray and Hermit pairing up there for that short little amount of time. But, okay, once again,
2 down on Squid Squad. This could be a particularly good opening here. Typhlo doing a good job of cleaning up what Hermit started. We see them trying to prioritize getting the pop here, but Typhlo will get picked off by this pencil as they're forced to reposition due to the Kraken. I don't know. It's a 3v3 right now. We see one member of Denny's regulars is all the way pushed up, but Hermit's going for it. They get stopped just shy of checkpoint, but still, that's 3 down on the side of Denny's regulars. That's not great.
Yeah, no, that is not going to be spelling anything good. They got so close, but they just need to get that check, and they're going to be able to get the lead, Denny's regulars. But we're seeing here, they're going to be going off the edge with it, but it's just Mox left alive on the side of Squid Squad, trying to stay alive and trying to hold their choke, trying to make sure that the members of Denny's regulars can't get anything done here. With 30 seconds left on the clock, Denny's regulars have got to do something or they're out of the game. They've got to get this pick on Splat here. Going to be able to, and there is the check in their favor. They just need a little bit more. And with Captain Happy, the only one left alive, Qvia might be able to do it. They're going to be getting it, and there's the lead. They're going to be trying to go as far as possible with this. With 13 seconds left of the clock, there's literally no time for Squid Squad. They've got to get that pick on Qvia now. They're going to be able to, just 6 seconds left on the clock. They want to get this shred. They're going as fast as possible. It is so imminent. The end, and there it is. Denny's regulars were able to slip in there, even with all of Squid Squad on that Rainmaker, able to grab it, ending the set. Denny's regulars is going to be moving on to loser semis.
Hermit really said, why wait to get some big clutch play when we can just rush in with my brush and grab Rainmaker and just end it right there? That's a power move. But aside from all that, yeah, that's one of those cases where we saw there were 3 down on the side of Squid Squad. Captain Happy was the last alive on that ledge. And, Qvia got a really huge pick with the Kraken there to enable them to get into that position. I'm sure we'll see it here again on the instant replay in just a moment here. But yes, Captain Happy was the last alive, but they're staring right at the Rainmaker. And that's one of those cases where really anything can happen, because unless Captain Happy has already used all their shots, okay, yeah, we're about to see it right here. They're the last alive, but they're staring right at Rainmaker. They very well could have stopped the Rainmaker push right there, depending on, how many shots they had left. But I believe that was a Zuka shot from either Gray or Typhlo that took Captain Happy out of commission, so they weren't able to stop that push. So again, really clutch plays from Denny's regulars all across the board in this game.
Yeah, no, really clutch from just everybody here. You saw just in the end how they were able to just come back. Honestly, that was just really, really, really good, really beautiful coming out. Of course, from both teams. Squid Squad will live to see another day later on, but it's going to be Denny's regulars who we're going to be following after this short break. I mean, we could just go straight to it, but we're just going to take a short break to rest our vocal volumes as we're going to be going on to Denny's regulars against another team that we saw here earlier. Cool. So with that, don't go anywhere, as we're going to be right back with loser semis.
go.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We're here with the losers semifinals now for Squid Junction 65. I'm NM once again here with Riley, of course, as we're going to be starting out on Tower Control Inkbot Art Academy, basically mentioned time and time again as the final destination of final destination of Splatoon free maps, or at least it was. I don't know if it still is, honestly, but we're going to be seeing Denny's regulars again. They won their previous match, now going up against Cool. And I will say this, we did see this exact set go on between these two teams before. It was a 2-1 set, Cool coming out on top. It did get close some points, but we could see, Denny's regulars, now that they've been playing a bit more, they've gotten a bit more comfortable. They've been going for the losers brackets. They want that revenge against Cool, Riley. They want to get this set and move on to losers finals. So we're going to be seeing if they do have that momentum coming up from losers brackets, or they're going to be falling short.
For sure, the members of Denny's regulars have got to be feeling pretty good after that last game. We see the Shot and Zap kind of coming out from their respective members. Also, Luna Neo from Dat Kid. Now, I've not really seen much Velocity play before. From what I understand, Dat Kid doesn't really have a weapon pool, but still, Luna Neo, not exactly anything I was expecting. But yeah, members of Cool are just generally really strong players. This could be a very, interesting matchup here. We see Boopy here, not Pulp, actually, going for a frontline play and just mowing down people. Got the Zuka at the ready too, and it's already not looking great for Denny's regulars.
Yeah, no, it's already not looking good for them. As Cool is just going straight into the respawn, straight off the bat. We're seeing Boopy on this bottom side. I've caught him so many times. I know what he likes to do. He likes to take on fights that you don't think he's going to win. But he's going to win them somehow. We're seeing Sam run away from this Kraken as it's just going to be coming back out. Kumbia going to be coming on this top right side. They were able to stop the push, but not stopping the check from getting shredded in favor of Cool here, as they're going to be continuing to push. Tyflow trying to back up on that block, but that kid is trying to chase him with this Luna Neo. I could see the use for Luna Neo, a Fizzy Blaster on a tower control map like this. I do see the use case. Definitely not the first something you would think of for a role like that, but you know what? I do know some people like to play it, and we see that kid getting 1, getting 2 with the Ultra Stiff. Are they going to be able to get 3? No, Love Trial Gray is going to be able to run for just a little bit longer. They're going to be able to put out the cooler for their team, as they're going to be pushing back, as Sam is just going to be holding this tower, trying to back up, living, going to be picked off alongside Pulp, but going to be able to just push it a little bit more and keep the members from Denny's regulars from just getting a push coming out.
For sure, and Boopy getting caught out just as they were about to try and jump out, so now Denny's regular is going to be getting some points on the board. Gotta say, 70 was a lot smaller of a lead than I expected. Also, Kuvia getting a very big pick on Sam there. 2 down on the side. Actually, that's a full wipe on the side of Cool. That's got to feel pretty good for Denny's regulars right now, especially with Typhlo and Gray up on the bats. Still, though, being relatively conservative as far as pushing forward is concerned, as Pulp, not Boopy, is up here trying to farm for Cooler, as well as provide a little poking when possible. But Typhlo is not letting up. They get a pick with the Zuka. They're going up onto the bats. Are they able to bring down Pulp? If they can, that's huge. No, it's just Typhlo left alive, but still, 28. That is a really good position to be in, and they still don't know he's there. Never mind, I take that back.
Yeah, they know he's there, but we're seeing the members of the Cool. They all got their Cooler on deck, trying to see what they can do. We see Boopy on this bottom right side. They know Hermit's there, and they're going to be picked off. They're just trying to get the paint. Now,
oh my goodness.
Coming straight into that suction bomb is not what you like to see. Denny's regulars got such a good push, getting almost to that third check, that now the members of Cool are trying to find an answer, and they might be able to with 2 down on the side of Denny's regulars. 3 down is just Kuvia left alive. They're going to be going down, and that is a wipeout. If Cool can keep the momentum up on their bats, they might be able to push back and take the lead back once again as they're chilling here on the tower. It's going to be pushing. They're so close to that lead, and Hermit is going to be trying to go for a flank, not before they're able to get the lead, and going to be able to get another delayed wipeout on the side of Denny's regulars as they're able to shred the third check, getting another wipeout. They're not going to be able to stop it in time, and that's the first game going to be going to Cool. Having such a good push there, getting wipeout again and again and again.
Yeah, that was Cool kind of acknowledging, like, that was a really good comeback from Cool in that game. And you could kind of see the desperation where Hermit realized that there's no real way to fight this head on. So, you know, you have to let them take lead and go around to the back door. But Cool, they knew that was coming. Boopy had rotated to catch Hermit there. So that already shows kind of how far ahead they were thinking, so to speak. But going into the instant replay, we've got the clutch Zuka pick coming out from Typhlo, and that's that early wipeout to take that early lead. And a love trial, or Gray pushing up to help out kind of their members. They all go down here, but Typhlo choosing to be brave, but they're not able to get much out of it. Now we're at the part where Cool is starting to get that push, and Dat Kid on the stamp really helped get a lot of progress made, and that stray burst bomb taking out Kuvia was potentially game-saving right there.
That was potentially game-saving as we saw just Cool just push more and more. All members in front of the tower, not anybody behind, just picking off all of the members of Denny's regulars as we're going to be moving on to Clangwood, Scourge. The members of Denny's regulars might want to work on their craft and cheese a little more. They might have it a bit more refined. It didn't work so well the last time they played Clan Blitz, but we'll see if they're going to be rocking it this time, and more importantly, if it's going to work.
Oh, for sure. And as far as the members of Cool go, I'm not at this point, Dat Kid, I'm not expecting them to stick Luna Neo again, but I could see Stamp being a potential counter to kind of the crack and cheese, because you can just pick off all the people who are coming in. As far as like triple strike stuff goes, the closest thing is potentially Pulp going with a ZF charger, so to speak. But at the same time, you know, Cooler, or Pencil, Cooler, basically the same thing. They are kind of your crutch for any comp at this point, unfortunately. So it's a hard thing to justify getting rid of. But no, we are seeing almost the same comp, and that is an ink brush from Dat Kid. The vanilla ink brush. I guess they're feeling pretty comfortable against Hermit, so it's like, you know, let's show them how it's done. Meanwhile, it's Gray coming back to the squeezer with Typhlo on the zap.
Trying to go for those Cooler jumps with the Kraken once again, but of course Cooler is just really good to have nowadays with how popular Pencil is. It just keeps the speed of every team that has that Cooler so fast. You could try to make something work without Cooler, but it's gonna be very tough. But as we're seeing this coming out here, we're seeing all of the members of Cool on that top mid. Sam's going to be going down. Boopy's going to be going down. Pulp is going to be jumping back out. This could be a good chance for the members of Denny's Regulars to be pushing up on this right side here. They do have the space. They're trying to play for their life, and we're seeing Boopy coming out with this Zuka. Going to be able to pick off Cuvia. Going to be able to pick off Typhlo. Now it's looking like the reverse. Hermit's going to be going down, and it's just Gray left alive. They want to get back as soon as possible. That splash wall going to be help preserving their life for just a bit longer. But Sam on this bottom right here, and we see the basket going to be broken and more coming in, even with Pulp going to be going down. 51 points left on the board, and that kid is running in again, but they're not going to be able to score as Hermit is going to be pushing back up on them once again, trying to shark, trying to see if they're going to be able to sneak their way past some of these shots that are coming out. That's going to be coming from up top, trying to go back, getting that clam blitz all the way back, getting the super clam all the way back, I mean, as they're just going to be coming from up top, trying to get something. But as we're seeing here, the members of Denny's Regulars are just pushed back so far, and they're not finding the resources they need, especially with the Boopy coming out of nowhere, going to be able to pick off their Kraken player, as they're just going to be popping a 1-2, a wipeout coming out. That was insane. It was so many clams too.
Already down to 20 in the span of a few seconds here. They just need 4 more, and that could very well be game. And they've got the clams at the ready, and that is Cool taking that game in demanding fashion. That is them moving on to, I believe, the losers finals of the bracket. But still, now, after that previous game, I'm sure Denny's Regulars felt rather comfortable. They know, like, yeah, we took a game off these guys earlier. Even though we lost, we can still kind of go toe-to-toe with these guys. Here, though, just not really any of that. They wanted to get this nonsense over with. And there were moments where it seemed like Denny's Regulars could kind of move forward a bit, but Pulp was in the right position to kind of, you know, answer anything they could do. Plus, they just didn't really have the specials or the picks to really capitalize on it as well as they could have. So, you know, Cool just saying, no thank you. We will be moving on now. But, you know, definitely impressed by everything that Denny's Regulars has done up to this point. Definitely shoutouts to them. For a relatively new, in quotes, team, getting like 4th place in a tourney like Squid Junction, pretty good.
Yeah, no, pretty good coming back, you know, from basically being on hiatus. Now they're playing as a team again. Of course, it was Legato before, but, you know, getting 4th in one of their first, that is still really solid to see. But with that being said, of course, we got a momentum match coming up in just a second with the losers finals. Duck Mafia going to be going up against Cool. So we're going to be going on another short break, but don't go anywhere, as we're going to be coming back in just a few seconds with this set.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Okay. Hi everybody, and welcome back to Losers Finals of Squid Junction 65 as hosted by Dapple Productions. My name's Riley, and I'm still here with the one and only NM, and it is time for Cool taking on Duck Mafia after we last saw them in the winners final set. Cool has been tearing through Losers Bracket, if that last set was any indication, and we're starting off with Rainmaker Humpback.
Yeah, Rainmaker, Humpback, it's a very, we're seeing all those maps go away. I mean, Rainmaker, yeah, of course, that is, of course, due to bans. They're still kind of deciding those, but the match is already set for Rainmaker, Humpback. They're already in that, just waiting for a few seconds for everybody to ready up. So we do know that is happening, most likely at the very least. So we're just waiting on that. Of course, very AoE centric map. I feel like very short range AoE. We could see weapons that perform more well in that environment, like Flounder or Undertow, like those environments do very well here. I could imagine that happening. Say like maybe a try for your cooler option, but honestly, we are at losers finals, so the comps that we've seen before with these teams, they're most likely just going to be sticking to these comps. I don't imagine anything is going to be switching.
For sure. I think, well, okay. I forgot Dat Kid is just a walking handbag of weapons, so to speak. I was going to say, I don't expect a whole lot of AoE coming out from Cool here, but here we go with the vanilla try. And, of course, Red Shell, Octobrush, Red Shell. So Pop goes to Duck Mafia right off the bat. Members of Cool, though, already getting out all their specials. We've got the Crab, we've got the Cooler, got the Zuka, soon to be. And Red Shell does go down to something. And now it's Duck Mafia getting control of mid here. It's looking pretty decent. But Boopy, when Boopy's moving, you know you're not safe. And that's 2 down for Duck Mafia. This could very well be an opportunity for Cool to get a push off now.
Yeah, no, this very well could be a cool opportunity for them to do that, as we're seeing Pulp just trying to hold mid, but the members of Duck Mafia are trying to make a push back. Red Shell's going to be jumping back, opting to not be in that situation, as we're seeing the Rainmaker trying to get the picks, but the Trizuka is going to be able to get a double hit with that 53 damage, going to be able to get the pick on them, as that kid is going to be going down in that bottom trench, and we're seeing Pulp trying to hold this right side, trying to see if they're going to be able to get the pick, trying to analyze that, as they're going to be just trying to paint more and more. They're not in the best of spots right now. They're just trying to make sure that they don't get picked off, as they wait for the more aggressive members in their roster trying to push back up, as they're going to be jumping back. And we're seeing oh, nope, never mind. No push coming out from Duck Mafia, as that Zuka is going to hit him straight in the dome.
Yeah, that was very effective Zuka here, and Red Shell in a very precarious spot, but they get the jump off right off the back, kind of baiting Rice Ball there to kind of get them into a better position. But still, that's a wipeout on the side of Cool now, so they've got to get moving here. This is a very low-scoring game thus far, but it's about to get a whole lot less low-scoring. But at the same time, though, Push does seem to get a little bit handicapped here, as Cool is down 3 members after getting the checkpoint. So now Duck Mafia has got to capitalize on this mid control that they now have. But at the same time, Boopy has the Zuka at the ready. That could potentially be rather unfortunate here. But Stan, with the Zipcaster, trying to distract Boopy and succeeding. They don't even really need to get the kill. As long as they distract Boopy from objective, you are able to get points on the board, and they do get the pop off. But unfortunately, the shot player goes down just before they're able to get anything done. Stan and Riceball here trying to make something happen, but Riceball is forced to back off as they're under so much pressure, but they somehow get the jump off. But at the same time, that's cool getting this push off now. Unless the Zuka is able to pull out a miracle shot, then that could be potentially huge for Cool.
Yeah, that could be potentially huge for them as Riceball is going to be coming in. They're going to be picked off, though, in the end on that left side. So much carnage is happening on this map, but most of it is on the side of Duck Mafia as it's just Drifty left alive there. That kid is going to be picking them off. This could be a pretty huge push for them. That kid going to be popping the Inkjet, trying to protect this Rainmaker as Red Shell's going for them. Going to be picked off, but Drifty is still in that corner, trying to stay alive. They're not going to be staying alive for long here as so much is happening, but we're seeing the zip coming out from Stan, trying to get the pick. They're going to be able to in the end, and it's a 3v3 going on right now, just as that jelly squid, like that, that jellyfish was just biking along, as we're seeing the Rainmaker going back into the favor of Cool as they're pushing up to 43. Sam is trying to play with their life here. They're going in for it. 41. Solid point, solid lead right now as they're just trying to hold that. But, you know, Boopy is most likely trying to back up a bit, especially with all the picks going on as Drifty's going to be able to get it on the left side. But Sam is trying to get a pick on them. And that kid is going straight for them. This might have been a mistake of Duck Mafia's life as that kid is going to be trying to get the pop.
Now, I'll admit I didn't know about the biking jellyfish either, but who cares about that? Yeah, Cool doing a huge job of immediately responding after, you know, kind of getting knocked out for a second there. But at the same time, things are looking pretty good for Duck Mafia. All things considered, that's not a very impossible lead at all. If they're able to distract the members of Cool, and they just barely eke out a lead, but at the same time, Duck Mafia got completely wiped out. That's really not what you want. Sam able to respond right away with this crab tank. Unless they're able to get a bomb off right behind them, then this could be potentially huge for Cool. That's 2 down, but they stop it just shy. Is Sam able to get anything going? Dad Kid, they gotta pop this right away. They grab it and they take lead.
Oh my, that ending. They got the lead by just 1 point, Duck Mafia, but they all wiped up, allowing the members of Cool to come back into their base and set up. And that pick was so close at the 5-second mark. I already know Sam was just shredding for that life. Like, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. And just grabbing it immediately. That was such a good end to just that first game. That is going to be remembered for at least a solid while. That was such a good play.
That's got to be a huge boost to Cool's morale. Not that they needed much of one, but yeah, that was 3 seconds on the clock that Sam and Dat Kid had to pop Rainmaker and just go for it in that time. You know, like if it's what you have, then it's what you have, and they capitalized on it anyway, and they were able to take lead in just that short amount of time. You'll see it up here in a second, but still, Duck Mafia doing a good job of getting into that position as well. They didn't really have as many specials as Cool ended up having, but still, picks are what matter ultimately. And yeah, here we go. Sam gets the pick with the crab tank. They get another on top of it, and Riceball not really able to respond. And yeah, 3 seconds left. Sam just grabs Rainmaker and runs for it, able to seal away that game. They might have felt pretty good about taking lead. Like, Duck Mafia might have felt good about taking lead, but ultimately staying alive is what matters. Let's see how well they can respond on Hagglefish zones.
Of course, it's not a objective that could end or be back and forth as much. I mean, it can be back and forth, but of course, zones is the most picked mode a lot right now for a reason. It does feel the most fair compared to other ones, and in some of the zones, Hagglefish, I imagine we're going to be seeing a lot of specials flying around, especially Zuka and Cooler. Of course, the best of the best specials right now, but of course, Sam is going to be on the roster, so we're definitely going to be seeing a lot of crab tanks too. And if anybody wants to use, you know, some AoE specials to just like paint the zone really quick, I could see, you know, maybe a Tri-Strike or a Booyah Bomb. But again, we're so far in this, I don't imagine anybody switching from what we've been seeing from them for this so far in this tournament. So we're gonna be seeing Zuka, we're gonna be seeing Zipcaster, we're gonna be seeing Cooler. That kid, I don't know what that kid's gonna be pulling to the function, but we're just gonna wait and see as we're seeing the double shot coming out from Cool. You never want to go up against somebody with a double shot, but we're also seeing this Platana Stamper Nouveau.
Honestly, this is one of those cases where the most predictable thing was the thing I would have least predicted. Yeah, double Zuka, why mess around? It's proven to be effective, might as well just go for it. And yeah, Stamper Nouveau, this is a solid enough Zipcaster map, but at the same time, Crab is just... It's Crab Tank. We don't need to explain why it's effective. Yeah, Duck Mafia already doing a good job getting control here. Pulp trying to do a little bit of paint poking, but at the same time, Duck Mafia, Cool doesn't have a whole lot of space to go for any sort of flank here. We see Boopy go for something. They do get a miracle pick on Drift, get a little bit of progress on Zone as Sam gets the Crab Tank, going for a pick on Rice Ball. I guess they realize it's not worth it. Kara holding on for dear life for control of Zone. They take it. Are they able to barely scrape by any picks on Boopy or Dat Pick? Or Dat Kid, no, but that is going to allow Cool to take Zone either way. But at the same time, you've got Rice Ball and Drift here trying to hold on to this aggressive position as Sam jumps back. Are they able to take Zone back? Just barely, not quite yet. Indeed they will. So now is a solid time for Duck Mafia to try and get that good control back. But at the same time, with Sam on the Crab Tank, it's going to be a lot of pressure.
Yeah, no, it is going to be a lot of pressure coming out with that Crab as they're starting to move up into the zone. Cool starting to shred the penalty, trying to get something here, getting it down to just 2 penalty points, going to be going down to 0 as we're seeing the Zipcaster coming out this time from Red Shell here with that Octo Brush as they're trying to go for Boopy. They want that pick so bad. They're going to be able to get it with 2 left alive on the side of Cool. Rice Ball, aka Stan, able to hold it down with that Crab, going to be pushing forward, and now Cooler is on the table for Duck Mafia as they're going to be looking to push more and more, but not before Pulp. We're seeing that kid coming out with the Zuka, going to be able to take down Drifty, trying to paint the zone. They know Red Shell's right under them, going to be able to get that pick with just 1 HP left alive as they're going to be trying to push up. They see Stan coming in, trying to use, trying to see if they can hit over some ledges as the members of Duck Mafia are coming back to life on this canopy. The Zukas are trying to seed them out as we're seeing the Coolers coming out, but Sam is going straight for Drifty as they're the only ones left alive. Cool going to be able to get the lead now as Drifty is just trying to hold down the point, making sure that it's not a complete lockout from Cool, but not before Kara is going to be zooking straight to the face on that right. That kid going to be trading with Drifty as it's just 2 left alive again. But Octobrush, Red Shell able to get the shots and get the picks they need in order for Duck Mafia to get their toes back into mid.
For sure, that's 2 down for Duck Mafia now, though. Cool was a fair bit away from their specials, but now they've got it. Sam, though. Oh, Kara, that was such a good Zuka, able to cancel Sam's Crab. That might have saved the game for you right there. Kara going in. Are they able to bring down Boopy? Fight's getting really hairy in mid right now. They're trying to hold on to zone however possible, but it's just Kara alive, and the Zuka will clip their toenails and cause a wipeout. That's cool. Taking back control of zone. They don't even really need to do much more pushing. If they're able to hold on just for 90 more seconds, that could be a win right there. But you don't want to give Duck Mafia any space to breathe. And that's what this Crab Tank is trying to accomplish. As Red Shell gets a little bit overzealous and goes down.
Yeah, we're seeing here Stan just trying to push up with their Crab. We're seeing Kara, all the specials coming out from the side of Duck Mafia, able to take back the zone and get a wipeout on the side of Cool. Stan already pushing into their spawn, trying to make sure that they can't come back as it's just a minute left on the clock and 18 penalty points left. And there's not much more after that for the members of Duck Mafia. So they just want to hold it as much as possible. The members of Cool got to get their specials. They're getting them here. Kara is going to be going down, but just a few points left. Are they going to be able to do it? It's so close. They just need a few more paint on the board, but they're not Wait, it's still going back and forth. They almost have it. Kara's going to be coming in with the Zuka. They're not going to be able to get it as that kid is going to be pushing up, picking them off with Boopy coming in, trying to be some support, but not going to be able to get the picks. Going to be going back, and now it's just going to be back and forth for the next 15 seconds. But the specials are coming out on the side of Duck Mafia. The Crab trying to see if they can get any picks. They're going to be trying to lob shot some of the members of to do it. That's just a few seconds left on the board. That kid coming for the flank on the backside, but it's only Pulp left alive, and there's such short penalty points. They might have gotten a little too aggro, and that might be their undoing at the end here, as it's just 2-1. So much, but no, even with 3 picks at the end, Duck Mafia was able to hold it. I think those picks that Duck Mafia get just right before their penalty was over on the members of Cool. Cool might have gotten a bit too overzealous and got picked off because of it. And because they didn't have enough time to get back into the mid, that was their undoing in that game.
Yeah, that was so big, especially like when Duck Mafia went 3 down at the very end. I got so concerned. But yeah, Cool, like across the board in that game, that huge zone fight at the end. I'll draw attention to it again in a second here. Just Duck Mafia did a really good job of responding with all their specials. All right, here we go. So Duck Mafia, they get wiped out. Members of Cool are, getting big control in mid here, expanding their lead by just 2 points, but they go 2 down. So now members are trying to push up. They get that wipe. And there was a moment here where they're going for the really intense paint fight in mid here. Pulp with the sprinkler on the pole was doing so much work. It was there throughout that entire moment, and once you die, your sprinkler dies too. So once they got that pick on Pulp, it was over, so to speak. Like, they were able to really get a whole lot done with that, especially, once they had control of zone, got the cooler up, all that good stuff. But regardless, it's tower control Mako Mart, so, back to tried and true tower.
Yeah, you're right about that. It's back to the tried and true tower here. We're just going to be waiting to see what these players are going to be trying to do. Honestly, again, comps I feel like are pretty set in stone. I know I've said that so much, but it's apparent, especially with how far we've gotten in. But we have seen the special play and the special coordination be so good from both of these teams. It's just a matter of who's going to stay alive and who's going to be picked off because they got too cocky. But either way, we're going to be waiting to see on what happens here. I'm honestly excited to see which team is going to come out on top. It is literally anybody takes it. Winner takes all in tower control Mako Mart here as we're getting into this match.
It's very true. At this point, I'm just curious what Dat Kid's going to pull out. V-Try could be particularly effective here, but it's also a matter of, what Drift may pull out. Will we see the heavy edit come back? So, dare I say. Well, we do see the V-Try, and I'm guessing we'll stay with the Zap. Indeed, yes, we will. And we've got the Stamper Nouveau as well. Again, Crab is Crab. There's no two ways to deny that. So, going to be very effective. Mid control seems to be mostly going straight for Duck Mafia here at the very start. We've got the cooler coming out. Cool, kind of slow, but they are getting their specials at the ready. The try goes down. Crab Tank popped in a rather unfortunate spot. Pulp doing a nice job of neutralizing Kara's push. That's 2 down for Cool here. They've got to get moving now. But the Zuka doing a good job of keeping the members off the tower, but at the same time, Rice Ball with the Crab going to put out a lot of pressure, but at the same time, Duck Mafia is kind of forced to abandon this early push because that kid is going for blood.
Yeah, no, that kid is just going straight for blood. They don't care about anything. They want everybody in their face gone, as they're just going to keep going and going. We're seeing so many picks coming out here on both sides. That kid going to be able to take the lob shot over, going to be able to pick off Stan using their AoE effectively. But we're seeing the Zip coming in from Red Shell. They're going to be picked off, though, and the Zuka going to take off that kid in return as Sam is just trying to paint as much as possible. The members of Duck Mafia are trying to get back onto this check, trying to get it here. They're trying to see what they can do. Getting the cooler out. We're seeing shot going down. We're seeing so much picks happening on this field right now as Drifty is going to be the last one alive, going to opt to back up here, trying to preserve their life, trying to keep themselves alive here. as there's just so much going on this field right now. We're seeing Pulp coming in alongside Boopy, getting a pick on Drifty. As so much, you see Zuka's flying back and forth. It is literally like a World War scene out here, as that kid is going to be pushed up on by Red Shell going in. Just going back and forth, zipping all around, getting so many picks. Octobrush, just such a good weapon with Zip, I feel like. Just because he can go so high up and just rain its drips from the Octobrush below onto the opponents. As we're seeing Sam come back out to mid. They have their crab tank almost at the ready. And this perch on that top left side is the perfect spot to unleash it. Just the perfect place to see everything. As you can see with Stan here on the Stamper Nouveau, you can see pretty much everything on the opposing side. And it's so perfect to be able to do that. As Sam is going to be popping their crab now, overlooking the first check. They know Red Shell's down there alongside Stan. They're preserving their life by trying to be in the ball, as we're seeing them shredding the check 2 and 3 down on the side of Cool, as Duck Mafia is going to keep pushing forward, keeping that momentum. Even with all these toxic mists and burst bombs coming out at them, they're opting to stay alive. But it's 2 down in actuality, as just a Stamper and an Octobrush, just a Stamper, it's just staying alive, as they're going to be pushing back more and more, as they're going to be going down. And now Cool is going to be pushing up yet again with this Cool.
Yeah, really solid push from Duck Mafia there after kind of keeping their distance for the first little bit of that game. And Kara, again with Bazooka, doing a good job of neutralizing that push. They are going to be trying to get back mid-control off this. Red Shell has the Zipcaster at the ready here for any potential big pushes. Dat Kid, though, not going to say no to getting a pick there. Cool trying to do some sort of contesting mid, but Kara, again with Bazooka, we see them trying to push up here. Dat Kid getting behind the tower here, but at the same time, there's not really many people pushed up on the side of Cool. I don't know if they'll be able to get much of a lead here, but indeed they take it because all the members of Duck Mafia were just barely out of position. Now, it's only lead by 2 points, and you've still got a little less than 90 seconds in this game. Kara doing an excellent cleanup job here. That's really not that big of a lead, but you've got to do a lot of work to get even close to taking that lead back, especially with the members of Cool taking back mid-control now, with there being a man advantage in favor of Cool, and there being a Zuka just in the pocket waiting. And Boopy, we see them going for a flank here. This could get ugly real fast, but there's 2 members of Duck Mafia on it. They're able to stop it. This is when they need to start moving. If they can get just a little bit of paint in front of them, they could potentially make some magic happen here, especially if you're able to take out Dat Kid, which they do now. That's 2 down for Cool. This is when they need to go.
Yeah, no, only 30 seconds left on the clock, and Duck Mafia only need 3 more points in order to take back this lead, as Boopy's just trying to play for their life. Red Shell is going to be going straight in for them, going to be able to pick them off. We see the Zuka coming out from Kara. They definitely have the man advantage right now. Just 20 seconds left on the clock. It's just Kara on that tower, trying to preserve 4-3-2. They get the lead. Staying on for just a little bit longer. They just need to live for a little bit longer and make sure the members of Cool are not able to get back in here. Boopy's going to go down. That kid's going to go down. Sam is going to be staying alive, but Pulp is going to be going down. And that's a delayed wipeout, signaling the end of this set. And Duck Mafia, with all of that, is going to be moving on for a revenge set against Osmosis for the grand finals.
Cool, with all of their strength, got desperate at the very end, and that led to their downfall. And don't think I didn't notice that Squid back either. So definitely, after being in the hole for most of that first game, Duck Mafia pull out a huge comeback in games 2 and 3, and they will find themselves in grand finals to go against Osmosis. That was an excellent set. Definitely hats off to both teams.
Yeah, no, both of them really came up to play during this set in losers. We saw all those Zukas flying, as you saw right there. Red Shell coming in with the zip, trying to just get the picks. Sam and, of course, Stan coming in with both of their crab tanks. Again, just the specials coming out from all of these members just proved to be so useful in both getting picks and getting the push going, that in the end, Duck Mafia was the one who were able to use their specials to more of an advantage. As you saw at this end here, you saw the picks coming out too from Stan even before getting picked off. You saw Kara here. This is really what got them the win, using that Zuka to their advantage and making sure that the other members were just pushed back. Sam getting picked behind that block there, getting the lead, and just making sure that they were able to hold it for as long as they did. That was really what got them the win.
Facts. I definitely think Kara deserves to be the MVP of that game. They came through with all the clutch picks and really knew when to hold back, especially. Not to mention, clutch Zuka picks are always in high demand, and they got plenty of them. Red Shell, we see a good job from them of skirmishing here. Sam on the crab tank getting slightly forced out of position here. We see them take lead for the first time. I don't know, just Kara did a really great job of cleaning and enabling their teammates throughout that game, and we will be seeing them in grand finals here momentarily, folks.
So make sure you guys don't go anywhere, as we're going to be right back in just a little bit with grand finals.
Hello, everybody, and we are here with the grand finals for Squid Junction 65. I'm NM once again here, joined with Riley, as we're now back into it. We're seeing this best of 5. Of course, Duck Mafia has to get a grand reset if they want to be able to get the win, so he could be here for a little longer. But of course, we saw their set before. We saw how powerful the Zenith and Len combo was with Osmosis. So we're going to see if the members of Duck Mafia are going to be able to combat that, again, with that losers one momentum, or if Osmosis is going to take it all. Starting off with TC Shipshape, which, yeah, Seek, I have to say, have a Vanilla Blaster already on the comp of Osmosis. That does provide to be very useful in a map mode like this.
Oh, for sure. We saw how commanding Osmosis got the win over Duck Mafia in the proper winners bracket. But at the same time, that was probably nearly an hour ago at this rate. So Osmosis, we don't really know how warmed up they are going into this. This will be... But at the same time, they have a much wider safety net than Duck Mafia has. And, when you have members with just as much raw skill as these, they're not going to just go out without a fight. So, Len, just very strong on tower control, especially Blaster, for, the bubble having. But, Red Shell and the gang are going to feel pretty good going into this. We see the Range Blaster coming out once more, and again, the usual comp from Osmosis.
Yeah, the usual comp that we've seen time and time again. Shot, 52, Blaster, and Snipe Rider. And of course, we're seeing that Stamper Nouveau coming out from Stan once again. noticeably coming with the range blaster instead, which before it seemed like they were opting to use that only when, oh my, Len is going crazy right now. Kara's down, Drift is down. They're going for Red Shell, opting not to go too far, but man, Len is already opening so much, and a bubble on that top left is going to be so rewarding for the members of Osmosis, pretty much shutting them all down, and you can see all the attention from Duck Mafia is going straight to there. Two of them going to go down, pretty much just trying to stop that bubble. Xena finally going to be going down, and Stan going to be able to pop their crab tank, trying to get the pick onto Bab here, at least backing them up. I'm not going to be able to get the pick, but in the first minute, a lead of 42 is looking really solid for the members of Osmosis as they're trying to continue it here. You can see Helix trying to get the pick on Stan, but not going to be able to do it, as Kara is going to be trying to push up on Len, as they're going to be trying to hold mid right now.
For sure. That was a really impressive first push, breaking through that first checkpoint. But Duck Mafia on strong, trying to get some poking in mid here. Stan here getting helping out with one pick on the blaster here, trying to get some more mid control, but not much is getting done. Helix here going in for some picks. They do bring down one, but they are stopped by the Stamper. Kara here trying to assist with some frontlining skills. They get two down on the side of Osmosis, but Zenith is behind and just denying anything that Duck Mafia can do. And just like that, momentum is right back into the favor of Osmosis. If they can get some more people in front, once Zenith was... and it's that Len-Zenith combo. If you can get Bab installed on tower, that's possibly an even bigger lead.
Yeah, no, that's an even bigger lead here, as we're seeing Red Shell staying on his top right side. Bab trying to get the picks, but Rice is going to be coming in with that crab, trying to get the picks. Drixie going to be able to go down, as there's just two left alive on the side of Duck Mafia. As we're seeing Stan trying to come up to this top right, even with that 34 lead, the members of Duck Mafia are still in it to win it, getting so many picks right now. It's just Fab look alive. This could be the perfect chance for them to get a push going here, as Bab is trying to hold, be able to get a pick on Kara on that top left side, as they're going to be trying to keep going. But Stan here with the crab tank once again trying to get that pick, making sure that Len is going to be able to take them down. And Len is just going straight in the mid. They don't care. They're going to get picked off. But Zenith is actually right behind them right now. And Helix is going to be able to close in wherever Red Shell is. They're not going to be there for long, as Helix is going to be able to secure the wipeout for their team.
Every single time without fail, it looks like Duck Mafia is about to get something going. Osmosis just walks in and denies all of it. We've got the cooler here. Babs on tower. Len and Zenith are going forward for kills. And Zuka on the back foot, able to help them even further. Len goes down, but it's not going to matter. They're getting even more points on the board. It's just Drift and Red Shell. Red Shell is a bit out of position, but that's not going to stop them from taking down Helix. They go the long way around, preferably to try and take out Bab. Get the position a little bit, but that's still two down. Helix cleaning up with the pick on Red Shell, and that's momentum, again, right back into their favor. They do go down to a Zuka shot from Kara, but that's still things looking really good for Osmosis. But at the same time, Duck Mafia get one pick after another here. It's just Red Shell, unless Helix is able to come up strong here, and like the members of Duck Mafia aren't able to get in quickly. I don't know, it's just a minute left in this game. Can Duck Mafia respond in any way? Oh my goodness, the killer whale! They got him just as he was about to jump out.
Yeah, no, that was a very valuable pick here. As we're seeing Drifty backing up, it's just a few short seconds before this first game is over. Just 30 seconds left on the clock. As the members of Duck Mafia, they have the cooler on the board, and even with two down, they're trying to get something done, but Len is not having any of that alongside Helix. Drifty is staying alive, going to be able to get 1, 2, 3. That is going to be really, really good. Even with Drifty going down, getting that triple on the end there, even with them jumping back now, is definitely good on settling the score, at least in terms of placement, giving them mid control. Now going to be able to shred the first check, or at least trying to. This killer whale stopping them a bit.
Stan trying to go here, but Zenith coming for the backside, gonna be stopped immediately. Len gonna be able to jump back out, living for another day, as they're just gonna be trying. There's so little points left that they need, but Len is gonna be going in there, but so many members of Red Shell is still alive. It's not enough. They kind of fumbled a little bit at the end there. No, they did not pick Len off in time, and because of that, the first game, even with all that, is going to be going to Osmosis.
Yeah, things were definitely starting to come together for Duck Mafia at the very end there, but I think Red Shell just barely getting picked off, as well as Stan being just slightly out of position, kind of spelled the end there, but still definitely solid effort from Duck Mafia coming out right at the very end there. They do have time to, now they see that they can kind of compete with these guys for certain. And they do have a little bit more wiggle room here, but Osmosis is already up 1-0, and they only need to win 2 more games in order. So, I don't know. You need to kind of get things together quickly, and let's see how they adapt to Rainmaker.
I mean, we did see what Duck Mafia was trying to do here before. They were not successful against Cool. Even with getting the set, this is the one that they did fumble in. So we're going to be seeing if they did learn from some of their mistakes on Rainmaker Humpback that we saw last set, and if they're going to be able to go forward with that against a team like Osmosis with that blaster already going to be really hard. Just their comp in general is going to be very, very wally, and especially on a map like this. So they're going to have to pull out all the stops in order to be able to combat a team like Osmosis with their comp.
Oh, for sure. Again, I'm not going to expect any wild coverages, but, this is one of those instances where Red Shell's Octobrush could be very effective, and, Stamper as well, just with its... Crab in general could be strong in this map, and Mist is strong in Rainmaker in general. I don't know, it's kind of hard to say. Coming out, we'll probably be seeing roughly the same exact comps. Yeah, pretty much. And Osmosis, they've been pretty much doing the exact same thing this entire tournament, so no real reason to expect much different here. I think it's just a matter of who can get popped first. Based on what I'm saying in terms of paint, yeah, Duck Mafia is going to be taking that early push, but at the same time, that's a lot of paint for Osmosis, so they're going to have the early specials and hard terrain for Duck Mafia to push through. Zenith coming in, Red Shell able to stop it though, but not before they go 2 down, and Osmosis gets some early pushes on the board. Already through the first checkpoint.
Yeah, already going to be taking that, already getting the pop, trying to lead towards another push. Zenith just staying right by that Rainmaker as Len is just going solo in there, but going to be picked off. Zenith getting bombed right by their wall, not going to be going well, as Drifty is going to be trying to push into mid to try to get towards that checkpoint, as Bab is going to be backing up. We see Len and Zenith on that top right there alongside Bab, going to be picked off from that Rainmaker shot. It's already looking like another checkpoint is about to go down in the favor of Duck Mafia. If Drifty can just swim a little bit on this checkpoint, yes they can, and they're going to be able to get the pick onto Bab once again, trying to shred this Rainmaker pop. 2 of them left alive, just Kara and Drifty out here. Meanwhile, the members of Osmosis are already back, trying to get something done. Lang going to be picked off, just lasered by Kara there, as the Zuka is almost on the board from Kara, trying to get the Rainmaker, not able to, but the Zuka is lying in wait. Even if they get picked off, they still have that cooler effect, so they're going to be coming back immediately with a cooler in tow. I mean, not a cooler, a Zuka in tow. Meanwhile, Bab is trying to hold some paint on the board for the side of Osmosis. Meanwhile, Stan, you can see here, trying to fight and just trying to space themselves out a bit. So many specials on the side of Duck Mafia are at the ready, and here they are coming out. You saw the cooler, the Crab Tank is coming in, trying to get some picks, but not going to be finding much, really. Just going to be finding themselves as the last person alive on the side of Duck Mafia, as they're just swimming away, but going to be able to get the pick on Helix with the backside from the wall, trying to just use their charge slashes as effectively as possible.
Yeah, for sure. They die with the cooler effect, but, if you like, you may have the cooler effect, so you're able to keep your special, but if the opponent moves into position, that's still a potentially uphill battle for you to have to face. And yeah, Duck Mafia still on the back foot here, even if it's only by 1 point. Osmosis could potentially get a pick here, or get a push off here. Rice Ball does do a good job of stopping what potentially could have been, though, as it's 2 down for Osmosis. Bab here trying to get a pick on the Stamper here, but they slip away just barely. Pop will go to Duck Mafia, though. Bab forced to kind of take a more aggressive position here. Members of Osmosis, or Duck Mafia, are a fair ways away from the special. The Zipcaster does come through, though. A pick on the pencil and the blaster. That's potentially huge. Now's the time to go, especially now that they forced the jump back. Are they able to get anything here? They get the Squid Surge in order to reduce that lead to 45.
Yeah, that's going to be really good for Duck Mafia there. Now they just got to keep the members of Osmosis out, and with that pick on Len coming out from Stan, that is going to be proving to be a little bit more easier now with that pick, especially with Cooler coming out for them now on the side of Osmosis. So the members of Duck Mafia, they're going down. Not looking good for them. Kara's going to go down. It is just Drifty left alive. They're going straight for it, but not going to be able to stop the members of Osmosis from getting the lead. Len going to be going down to that bomb going on that Rainmaker shield as Zenith and Helix are trying to get the pop. Even with all these suction bombs coming out, they're still going for it. You can see Zenith on that right side trying to get the pick, but they're not able to push forward at all, and Drifty is going to be able to just sneak their way on this right side with the Cooler. But is there going to be anyone able to stop them? Yes, there is, with Zenith on that right side. 2 down, 3 down. It is just Drifty up there. They're trying to get the pick. Helix and Zenith going to be going down to the Rainmaker shield. Len going down to the Rainmaker. This is not looking good. It's just Bab left alive, but they're going to be going down. Drifty's going to be going for it. They're going to be able to get the lead in 30 seconds left. 23. Not looking too well for Osmosis right now, as Len is just going to be moving up with Helix alongside Zenith. They want to make sure that the members of Duck Motif are going to be going down. We see the Zuka coming out here, trying to pick off Stan. Stan's just going to be jumping back. They want to preserve their life. They don't want to be going down here, because if they go down at the wrong time, that could be the end for Duck Mafia, and it could be the lead going to Osmosis, which we're in the last 5 seconds. We're seeing the Rainmaker getting picked off by Zenith. That is an interesting choice, especially because they do need that aggression. But Zenith is going to be going on that top right side, but Red Shell wants to do something about it, but they're not going to be able to. Able to get picked off. Zenith trying to live in this Rainmaker shield here. Kara going to be going down to Len. Len's trying to make something happen. They're going to be picked off. Zenith is just trying to live. They do not want to get picked off here, especially from Stan and their crab tank. They got so little life left, and the Cooler is coming out. Drifty's trying to stay alive, going to be able to pick off Helix. So much is happening right now. There's so little time for Zenith to be able to get that lead. With Drifty coming in a mid here, trying to pick off that, but they're going to be jumping back out. There's so much happening right now. Zenith holding it down. The Cooler coming out for the members of Osmosis, and the Zuka coming in. There's so little time left right now. I know that timer is on single digits as Red Shell's going in. They have to go for a Hail Mary, but they're not able to get it. And the members of Duck Mafia are able to hold it down and win the set. I mean, not the set, and win the game. I've been doing this for 4 hours now.
It's okay. Yeah, Red Shell with the Zipcaster able to bring that to an end there. It looked like some of the members of Duck Mafia were just barely out of position. Zenith was ready to Squid Surge their way through it, but Red Shell was able to put a stop to it. Particularly with Stan going for their crab tank, they weren't really able to apply mist to that corner as well as they'd like. Yeah, Drift move, take lead in the face of Bab and the Killer Whale and also the Blaster. We see them trying to make some sort of response. Osmosis getting that 3 down. Drift only able to do so much. They do get the pick, but again, 9 points, that's not really that much of a lead. That bomb pick was potentially very huge as well. And Drift, I love a good Rainmaker pick, and he got 3 of them. Able to take lead, especially with the pencil getting caught out of position. Support from the crab tank. I really can't ask for any much more here.
Yeah, no, you couldn't really ask for much more there. As you saw during this overtime, Kara trying to hold it down. Zenith was trying to just make a Hail Mary, but you saw the Zip coming out from Red Shell was able to attach themselves onto Zenith and get the pick. And now that we're going on zones Mako, it is back to a kind of either or situation. It's not any team in favor right now, as you know, we are going to be seeing tower haggle. We're going to be seeing that come into play.
Yeah, for sure. But first, we got to go through zones Mako. And, you know, again, not expecting much change from the comp of Osmosis. But this is one of those cases where I feel like Vanilla Blaster has some merit on zones, just because Bubble could potentially stop Duck Mafia from throwing a whole lot of bombs if they pop it right on top of their snipe. But regardless, we see the same comp coming out from Duck Mafia, and wouldn't you know it, same comp from Osmosis as well. So let's kind of see if they choose to enable any sort of gameplay differences here. I believe we weren't seeing comeback on some of the members of Osmosis in the prior game. I guess that's worth noting. But Osmosis trying to get control of zone here. Duck Mafia putting up a fight for it, but no one's really going for any picks. Red Shell is going around town for a pick on Len, and that will allow Osmosis to take zone since you're not having all your man on zone.
We're seeing Red Shell coming back, early lead for Osmosis, but so many picks are coming down on them from the side of Duck Mafia, as we're seeing them going to get the zone for the first time, trying to hold it down, as the members of Duck Mafia are trying to come back into it, and Osmosis trying to find some specials. We're seeing the Killer Whale, the Tacticooler coming out. We're seeing Len going on this right side here, trying to get this pick on Red Shell, going to be able to get it. They see the shot's going to be going down too. Bab trying to get the pick onto Sand, trying to keep them back. But even though they were able to get a good amount of picks with their specials, so much paint is still in favor of Duck Mafia, and it seems that Osmosis is still not getting in there.
Yeah, Kara choosing to hang back on zone here, even though they're not really that close to their special here. Red Shell going for the Zipcaster now, not really able to do much with that sign in the way, but they get a pick on Bab as well as Zenith. Make that a triple. That is so huge. Red Shell came up ginormous with that Zipcaster, and I don't think Osmosis is going to have much of a response at the ready. Len's got to cut like a double with one shot here. They neutralize the zone, but Duck Mafia has more manpower. Never mind, that's 2 down. Osmosis is still in it, and Len is not letting up.
Yeah, no, even with that insane zip triple coming out from Red Shell there, the members of Osmosis are trying to prove that they are the best on the team, like the best in the scene in this tournament, and trying to get that win. They want it so bad. They're willing to do what it has to take. Even with Kara coming with that Zuka, they're able to get the picks, getting it down to the 50. Zenith trying to hold it down. They have their Killer Whale at the ready, trying to see, who should I go for on a pick next? Who's the next big target I have to go for? They see that top left. They see Red Shell.
Yeah, but Red Shell's got that Zipcaster, and here it goes. Oh, sorry. But at the same time, Osmosis getting awfully close to that lead. They go 2 down, though, but that's 2 down for Duck Mafia as well. Kara and Drift have to paint for their lives. They get a huge pick on Zenith, and that could very well be zone for them. And indeed, even with Bab getting a pick on the pencil, that's still going to not prevent Duck Mafia from taking that lead back. Still a sizable penalty, and they're not really able to get forward at all, but that's still a pretty big penalty for Osmosis to have to chew through here, even with one going down on the side of Duck Mafia. Helix doing a good job chipping as well. That's 2 down for Duck Mafia as well. That could be an opening for Osmosis here. As big of a hill they have to climb as well. But Kara is not going to just let it slip away. They're able to take down Len, and at the same time, though, they kind of get a little bit carried away, and that's Osmosis taking zone back once again.
Yeah, they're able to take zone back once again, but something I have not mentioned about Duck Mafia's comp is just their triple suction bomb, as you keep seeing it over and over on the zone, trying to keep a hold onto it. And even with the Zuka coming out from Kara, they're not able to get the pick on Zenith, and you see the other sub on the sniper right there, that sprinkler up all the way on the top on that little sign there, going to be able to rain down onto the zone. You see Len popping the big bubbler, trying to keep hold. Even with Drifty going in there, they're going to get picked off, and it's so close. It is so close for Osmosis getting the lead here. They're off with the penalty, just a few more points, but Drifty does not want any of that to happen alongside Kara. They're rushing in there. Can they keep it? Can they keep it? Yes, they can. Going to be able to get the lead, and are they able to get the cap? Yes, they are. Osmosis last second taking the game.
That's so unfortunate. Zipcaster's recall prevented them from getting more paint on the zone. If that had not happened, they very well could have neutralized it. They still probably would have lost lead, but any amount of neutralization can potentially save you, and it just didn't come through here. That is Osmosis one game away from winning this entire tournament. And again, not to mention, Bab, potential best sprinkler player, NA, anybody?
Yeah, no, that was really good coming out from both teams. You saw, even with just that little bit for neutrality onto the zone, that is what Osmosis got just a little bit before Duck Mafia was able to captain, and that's what started their push towards the win. That's what initially, if that did not happen, they were not able to get that win. You see Helix just going for a Hail Mary alongside Len, trying to get the zone. They were able to getting the members of Duck Mafia all wiped out and in a penalty, and this is really what started their hold. You can see Red Shell trying to get back in, but Len was able to blast them off. The Zuka, however, able to make short work of Helix and Len, as Kara was able to find Zenith on the backside, picking them off as they were trying to go back onto them. And with that, Osmosis is one game away from winning it all, getting the gold trophy. It is all up to Tower Haggle. The members of Duck Mafia, they have to be scrambling. It's literally now or never. They have to get a reverse sweep on this and Rainmaker Undertow if they want to get the win.
Plus, again, it's tower control, you know, the map where you've got to fight the AoE King Blaster and the Bubble. I'm not really sure what they're going to, like, if they're going to pull out some giant, you know, ace in the hole here. You've got to pretty much just fight it head on at this point. But, you know, we've seen them come up huge in some potential areas here. I don't know. We're moving into the game now. Once more, not really expecting any notable combos, but it's just got to be pure skill coming from here on out.
Yeah. As we're seeing the comps coming out here, again, pretty standard. Zap, Shot, you know, Stamper Nouveau, Octobrush, everybody's going the same thing as before.
So starting out here, we see Duck Mafia starting out pretty much similar to how Osmosis did in the previous games. Now they're going to try and get their specials early on. Osmosis already has the cooler ready. Same can be said for Duck Mafia. Killer Whale trying to get some displacement happening. Stan gets a very nice pick, though. It's very early, 2 down. Getting caught out of position, though. Red Shell going down, but Stan going down as well. This could be a potential opening push for Osmosis here, but they're just playing it safe here. But at the same time, the members of Duck Mafia are slowly coming out of spawn. So, you know, the bubble... Again, that's a good usage of Bubble, because you're preventing them from throwing bombs over that canopy. That's 1 down for Duck Mafia here, and Osmosis is sailing through that first checkpoint.
Yeah, no, they're absolutely sailing through it right now. We can see Stan trying to hold down, though, as Osmosis is still pushing. We see the Zuka come out. Len using the blaster right here. So much is happening right now. As Len, you know, they're just trying to play back, make sure they don't get picked off, while also making sure that they're able to get the picks. But Red Shell is coming in there with the Zeb, going to be able to pick them off, and that's 3 down on Osmosis right now, as the members of Duck Mafia are coming back out here. But with that initial lead, it could be contested, you know, fairly normally. I feel like a 40 could be contested on a map like Hagglefish, but it'll definitely take a little bit of work. But we're seeing from Stan that crab tank alongside the Zuka coming out. That might happen sooner or later, as the Zipcaster is coming out too from Red Shell, as we're seeing Stan fighting Helix. Going to be going down, though, as it's just 3 left alive. They're going to be going onto the tower. Drift and Kara supporting each other here as Helix is going to be going down. Red Shell just running over the tower. Going to be able to get the first check, trying to get the pick on Zenith. Bab is still alive up here on the top left, trying to get some chip damage onto the tower. And it's so close for the members of Duck Mafia to be able to get the lead. But no, Zenith is able to push back alongside the other members of Osmosis. Even with that crab coming out, going to be able to shred away Zenith's splash wall as they're going to be using the 52 with the killer whale. And the Cooler is going to be coming out. Duck Mafia only has Kara left alive. It's not looking good for them, but they have Azuka at the ready. They could shut it all down right here.
Yeah, that's one of Osmosis on the defense. Pretty much the only clutch special they have at their disposal is the Zuka, whereas Duck Mafia has the Zuka and the Crab Tank and the Zipcaster, which, Zipcaster on the whole might be a bit flimsy, but when you're Red Shell, you make it work, and we've seen it work a handful of times thus far already. But at the same time, though, Osmosis is looking to expand their lead and potentially get past this checkpoint even further. Red Shell, though, get double through the Zipcaster. Are they able to create any more openings? Bab goes down. They need to start moving here. That's, I believe, almost a delayed wipe on the side of Osmosis here. And Duck Mafia doesn't have another checkpoint to worry about, so they've just got to focus on getting picks here. The only problem is that they only kind of have a dedicated tower rider in the form of Drift, so they're losing a little bit of paint when they push up. It is on the side of Duck Mafia, so Osmosis, I mean, so that could be potentially huge for Duck Mafia here, as Kara comes through with the Zuka, not able to get anything, but the Crab does put out a bit of pressure as well, but that's 2 down for Duck Mafia.
That's 2 down on their side, just 2 left alive, as Osmosis is going to be moving up. We see so much paint pulling in on the board, as we see Bab just trying to hold it down. We'll be able to paint that right side just a bit more towards Cooler here, as we're seeing just the Octobrush Red Shell going to be going down. 50 seconds left, the Cooler coming out, the Whale's coming out. We see so much happening, and honestly, Riley, it is just a matter of who gets the more specials, who gets the more picks.
For sure, but at the same time, that's 2 down for Duck Mafia. Things are looking incredibly hairy, but 1 shot from Zuka, from Kara, able to, potentially create an opening, but that's 2 down on Duck Mafia yet again. They're getting rather staggered. They're beginning to play desperate, and Osmosis is beginning yet another push. Red Shell does have the Zipcaster, and there's also a Crab ready. If they can utilize the Toxic Mist somehow, that's a double with the Suction Bomb. They need to get moving now. They pop the Crab. Are they able to stop Helix? Not quite, but that's Bab going down as well. This is their 1 shot. They can't afford to lose anything here. Zenith is going in. They get the pick on the gal. They get the Octobrush, and that is it. Osmosis wins Squid Junction 65.
Yeah, you saw Zenith going there on that left side. Just that little canopy with a splash wall completely walled off any shots from Duck Mafia coming straight at them. And with that and the 52 double shot, it needs to pick somebody off, able to get those 2 picks and secure the win that they need. You saw so much back and forth. You saw this Zuka coming out, able to get the pick on Red Shell, get another pick, or trying to get another pick right over there, to be able to trade. You saw Len right under this canopy, just trying to stay alive, but Red Shell came right after them, able to pick them off just with the arm. So much back and forth, but then original push by Osmosis was not really contested. It was almost contested by Duck Mafia, but they didn't get much more of a push than that. Mainly because of Red Shell coming out here, coming from up top with the double and getting a 3rd right there, even with Helix on their backside had to jump out. But even during the end, you saw Stan coming in, getting the double with that suction bomb. But in actuality, that suction bomb pick on Zenith allowed Zenith to be able to set back up, respawn, be like, all right, I gotta go on this left side. I got the splash wall. I got the strong main weapon. Able to take out Kara, take out Red Shell, and secure the victory.
Indeed, that's kind of the benefit of Cooler there. Because, that might not have been the fast respawn, but that just kind of gives you an even bigger safety net to potentially reposition for a huge play. Still, Zenith going forward there, I think that proves that no one really cares about 52 RNG. Just believe when you go for your picks and you'll make something happen. But still, at the very said that I'd not really seen Osmosis play. I knew they were going to be a strong team just based on their roster, but I'd not really seen what type of synergy they had. But now I can see that they're capable of winning a pretty high-level tournament like this. Definitely hats off to them, and we need to see more of these guys in future tournaments.
Yeah, no, really coming out. Really welcome both teams. Congratulations to Osmosis once again. You guys deserve it. Just how much you both, like everybody on that team was doing. But with that, and it is finally going to be the end for us. So before we all go, where can the people find you?
Well, you can find me on Twitter at BuffSplat. If you want, I pretty much just say things. I'm not super active as a comp player anymore, but it's there. I'm also on Blue Sky at RileyOutrageous.bsky.social. I haven't posted there in a few months, but it is also a place you can find me. Also, I will be at LTC this year, so feel free to say hi if you're into that kind of thing. But that's pretty much all I'm doing. So where can the people find you?
People can find me on Twitter and Twitch at Ninstar123, where I pretty much just post what I'm doing in terms of as a commentator. I'm going to be posting up my writing on there sooner or later because, I also got to get some articles going, with the career path I want to go towards. So you can look forward to that soon enough, especially in a certain magazine. I definitely got to sit down and write for it. But either way, yeah, it's going to be the end. So with that, you can watch this short little demo reel of all of these sets that happened, all these amazing plays. And with that, thank you all for tuning in tonight, and we'll see you all next time at Dapple Productions. Thank you, and have a good night.